Hindi kailangan at least dalawa. Oo nga, sakitan na. Pero dapat dalawa siya na doon para may Coco. Hindi na ba?
Sino mo nata? Try ko lang sa hindi. Ako mga last dito. Hindi, sinabi ko pero
Ano lang ako sekretary. Brief. Meron ka na? Meron na. Mamaya malilimutan ka eh. Magagalit si ano.
Good morning. Would like to ask everyone to please settle down, and for all the resource persons / heads of agencies, can you kindly take your seats in the resource persons table? Thank you.
Morning everyone, magandang umaga po sa lahat. It's already 10 o'clock, so let's settle down so we can begin our budget briefing. So let's convene this questions for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. For the briefing on the FY 2026 proposed budget of the Department of Finance and attached agencies and corporation, namely the Bureau of Customs, Recto, together with Undersecretary Maria Luwalhati de Rotan Choseco, Undersecretary Carlo Fermin Adriano, Undersecretary Charlito Martin Mendoza, Undersecretary Rolando Tongpalan, Undersecretary Catherine Fong, Undersecretary Renato Reside Jr., Undersecretary Maria Edita Tan, OIC Undersecretary Nino Raymond Alvina, Undersecretary Bayan Chris Jade Sanchez, Ms. James Pabellon, and Ms. Joyce Dacanay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Committee Secretary. And we proceed with the budget presentation of the Department of Finance. We'll do all the presentations, and then after that, we can open the floor for questions. So we recognize Secretary Ralph Recto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will present the entire budget of all the DOF and all the attached agencies. Again, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair, and to the committee for this opportunity to present the proposed 2026 budget of the entire DOF family. As you all know, ang DOF po ang ating pambansang fundraiser. Trabaho po namin ang makalikom ng pondo para punan ang mga pangangailangan at pangarap ng bawat Pilipino. We fund the nation's progress and bring us closer to Ambition 2040, a prosperous middle-class society where poverty is eradicated. And I'd like to stress this, our national budget, the main engine of our growth, is more than just a list of expenses. For every line item, every project carries a price tag that represents the hard-earned revenues we at the DOF work tirelessly to raise. That's why we must look at the budget not just in terms of spending, but also through the lens of revenues. Next year, our proposed national budget stands at 6.79 trillion pesos, but only 4.98 trillion pesos are supportable by revenues. Ibig sabihin, ang gastusin ng gobyerno ay aabot sa 18.61 billion piso kada araw, but only 13.65 billion pesos per day will be financed by revenue collections. Monday to Sunday, every 24 hours, kada 24 oras. Ganito po kabigat ang kailangan malikom ng DOF araw-araw with our minuscule proposed budget of only 37.78 billion pesos for 2026. The amount is only 1.09% higher than in 2025. And it represents less than 1% of the total proposed 2026 national budget. To guide us in this Herculean task, we have the refined medium-term fiscal program. This is our roadmap to keep the deficit in check and the debt sustainable while creating more jobs, increasing incomes, and reducing poverty. And we are so far right on target. Over the past 3 years, revenues have grown at a double-digit pace, averaging 13.8% annually. Tax collections have expanded by 11.5% every year. Last year, we posted a revenue effort of 16.7%, the highest in 27 years and one of the strongest in Asia. At nagpapasalamat po kami sa ating mga taxpayers sa kanilang ambag para sa bayan. To finance our budget next year, our marching order is to increase revenue collection by 10.2%. This means we're challenging the BIR and BOC to work harder to meet our targets. Nagpapasalamat din po kami sa Kongreso at sa Senado sa pagpasa ng mga reforma na makakatulong sa ating koleksyon. Aside from this, the DOF is scouting for more resources without inflicting new taxes or bequeathing debts to be paid by future generations. That is why the DOF hiked GOCC dividend rates to 75% from 50%. And that is why we are privatizing more underutilized government assets. Our fiscal discipline has earned us a credit rating upgrade and positive outlook from international agencies. Patunay po ito na malakas ang kumpiyansa ng mga investor sa ating ekonomiya. And the DOF will continue to safeguard these high ratings by staying true to our fiscal consolidation plan. If we stay faithful to our MTFF by 2028, total revenues will hit nearly 6 trillion pesos, climbing further to 7 trillion pesos by 2030. And we will bring down our deficit to around 4% of GDP by 2028 and further to 3% by 2030. At the same time, we project the economy to reach 42.6 trillion pesos by 2030 while keeping our debt manageable at 58% of GDP. Clearly, raising revenues is no joke. That's why we at the DOF will never tolerate corruption or wasteful spending. The recent flood control controversy may have cast a shadow on public spending, but this is the start of a cleanup, and we only see upside over the next few months. The President himself is the whistleblower of this controversy. At malinaw ang kanyang mensahe, we will never turn a blind eye to corruption. Things will only get better from here as we have laid down the foundations for long-term growth, the creation of an independent commission for infrastructure, stronger governance, digitalized procurement systems, and full transparency at every level of government. And justice will be served in the months ahead. Those responsible will be held fully accountable and brought to jail. At the same time, we're moving decisively to fix Metro Manila's flooding through stronger coordination with LGUs and the private sector. All these will build stronger institutions, the backbone of a stable and growing economy. We are also seeing stronger growth under the Marcos Jr. administration. The economy has grown at an average of 5.9%, among the highest in the region. But the controversy has revealed that not all capital expenditures were translating into growth. And now that we're plugging those leaks and reallocating funds to high-impact investments such as education, healthcare, agriculture, and digitalization, we will only grow faster. And this momentum is backed by low inflation, easing policy rates, strong consumer spending, and a vibrant labor market. Over 50.1 million Filipinos now have jobs, one of the highest in our history. So on the part of the DOF, we commit to protect every peso of our taxpayers' money by ensuring that their taxes are spent on the right things, at the right price, by the right agency, and at the right time. In the DOF alone, you can be assured that our 37.78 billion proposed budget is a faithful reflection of our priorities to go above and beyond in serving Filipinos. The BIR will receive the largest share of the budget at 19.15 billion pesos. This makes up for more than half, or about 55% of the total DOF proposed budget. Kung atin titignan, ang 19.15 billion pesos na ito ay kapiranggut lang kumpara sa kokolektahin ng BIR. So susunod na taon na aabot sa 3.58 trillion pesos. Kaya sulit na sulit po ang budget na ito ng BIR. Dahil ang katumbas nito, koleksyon lang nila sa loob ng 2 araw. Ang BOC naman ay may proposed budget na 6.91 billion lang. Kumpara sa kokolektahin nilang 1.01 trillion pesos sa susunod na taon. Ang katumbas ng kanilang budget ay nakokolekta nila in less than 3 days. Ang ating kagawaran ng Ingat Yaman, o Bureau of Treasury, ay may budget allocation ng 4.7 billion pesos kumpara sa bigat ng kanilang responsibilidad na punan ang 1.65 trillion peso na deficit sa 2026. In terms of allocation, about 45% of our proposed budget under new general and automatic appropriations goes to personnel services, 38% to MOE and 17% to capital outlays, and less than 1% to financial expenses. This allocation reflects our focus on workforce upskilling and digital infrastructure. Digitalization and modernization initiatives remain a high priority across all agencies, with a total budget of 6.9 billion pesos. We will transform processes, integrate systems, and deliver faster, more efficient services. Now, allow me to talk about the specific budget proposals of each DOF agency. The BIR's budget is 8.3% higher than this year's GAA, totaling 19.15 billion pesos. This is driven by the personnel compensation adjustments under EO64 and increased operating costs. The BOC's budget will decrease by 25.5% to 6.9 billion pesos, mainly because its 2021 rewards and incentive fund, amounting to 3.6 billion pesos, has been moved to the automatic appropriations under this year's GAA. The Bureau of Treasury's budget is 4.7 billion pesos, 27.3% lower than in 2025, due to the reclassification of the insurance premiums on government assets to the unprogrammed appropriations. The IC has proposed a total budget of 1.2 billion pesos, 18.6% higher from this year's level, due to investments in digitalization. The proposed budget for the DOF Office of the Secretary is 1.3 billion pesos, a 29.6% increase from this year's GAA due to our ongoing ICT modernization. The BLGF budget will increase to 996.2 million pesos, or about 128% from this year's level, to support the implementation of the local governance reform program. The National Tax Research Center has a proposed budget of 154 million pesos, a 6.8% increase from 2025, mainly due to the salary adjustments under EO64. Meanwhile, the proposed budget of the Privatization and Management Office will rise by 21.2% to 134.6 million pesos to support its ICT infrastructure upgrade. Finally, the Central Board of Assessment Appeals has a proposed budget of 18.4 million pesos, a marginal increase of 1.6% from the year prior. As I close, let me assure the honorable members of this committee that this budget proposal adheres to the highest standards of fiscal discipline. In fact, for 4 consecutive years, the DOF has earned an unmodified or unqualified opinion from the Commission on Audit. Ibig sabihin po, malinaw na napatunayan ng ating mga auditor na ang ating financial statements ay tapat, maayos at naayon sa itinakdang pamantayan ng financial reporting. Over the years, the DOF has also consistently proven its efficiency in budget utilization. As of the end of August, we have achieved a higher obligation rate of 82% and a disbursement rate of 93%. But let me underscore this important fact. The DOF is no ordinary spending agency. We are the nation's chief fundraiser, the very lifeblood of government programs. If we were judged by the same yardstick as those who simply spend the funds we raise, our accomplishment and contributions would not even fit on the usual agency performance review scorecard. To end, let me give this committee my firm assurance: every peso invested in the DOF and its attached agencies will not only return, but will multiply, doubling, tripling, even growing tenfold, as it goes back to the Filipino people in the form of better infrastructure, better services, and better opportunities. Na ang bawat ambag ng ating mga taxpayers bumabalik sa kanila. So we humbly ask for your support and your trust. Maraming salamat po, and we're now ready to answer any and all your questions. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you, Secretary, for the budget presentation. And I just have a few policy questions and also a few questions on the budget itself. I'll start off with the revenue, because tama ko kayo na ang DOF ay in charge sa revenue collection natin in all forms, whether tax or non-tax.
Yes.
And we're looking at the historical performance of our revenue collection. So I'll show a slide in slide 120. So since 2015, in terms of revenue targets, the government has surpassed its targets by 3 times in 2020, 2021, and 2022. The rest failed to surpass its targets. But on the non-tax revenue, we saw a very good trend that in the last 3 years, lumalaki yung non-tax revenue natin. So I believe these are dividends and other asset sales. No? So my question is, ano yung mga challenges na hinaharap ng gobyerno? Bakit hindi natin tatamaan yung ating revenue targets? And what are the innovations that we implemented to improve non-tax revenue? Parang there's a potential for non-tax revenue because non-tax obviously doesn't burden, although it's not as much as the tax, but it doesn't burden our taxpayers directly, at least. So those are the 2 questions initially, Secretary.
Well, with regard to the revenue targets, once you miss your GDP growth, naturally affected your revenue target mo, number 1, or tax revenues. No? Number 2, there are many global challenges that we are facing today. And naturally, if you have a global economic slowdown, apektado din yung halimbawa ang koleksyon ng ang local GDP mo, apektado rin. Ang Bureau of Customs, apektado rin yan sa koleksyon when you have a global slowdown in trade, halimbawa. No? At nakikita natin na because of the corruption issue na nangyari, at nakita natin in the last few years, dahil nga dito sa flood control program, tataka ako, sa laki ng ginagastos ng ating pamahalaan, dapat mas malaki ang growth ng ating ekonomiya. So this explains that in spite of having this level of expenditures, dahil napunta ang parte ng capital outlay doon nga sa ghost projects or substandard projects, halimbawa sa flood control, ay apektado yung growth natin. Ibig sabihin, kung hindi napunta sa corruption yung parte ng budget dyan, ay siguro yung ekonomiya natin would have been growing by 6 to 6.2% at mas malaki ang koleksyon ng BIR at BOC. Now, having said that, on the second part of your question, on the non-tax revenue, dahil dito, kung nagkaroon ng kulang man ang tax revenues natin sa BIR at BOC, nasalo ng non-tax revenue. Kung kaya't, last year, pumalo nga ng 16.7% ang revenue to GDP natin, na highest in the last 27 years. This year, inaasahan din natin na may konting baba ang koleksyon ng BIR at BOC, pero mapupunan din ng tax revenues, non-tax revenue, dahil naasahan natin that this year, makakakolekta tayo na mahigit 350 billion sa non-tax revenue. At nang sa ganon, we will hit our revenue targets for the entire year. At papalo yung revenue to GDP natin. Sa ngayon, we're also already at roughly about 16.5% as well. No? So clearly, ang problema natin nasa expenditure side at wala sa revenue side. No? So, anong ginawa natin sa non-tax revenue? Una-una, minabuti natin na tutukan ang ating mga GOCCs na siguraduhin natin that they operate better, na nakakapagbigay sila ng dividendo sa gobyerno. Tinaasan natin yung dividendo na natatanggap ng gobyerno mula sa ating mga government-owned and controlled corporations na dati 50% na binabayaran, ngayon tinaas natin yan to 75%. No? Ganun din, ang isang parte ng non-tax revenue, yung investments ng Treasury, na malaki rin ang nakukuha natin na revenue stream dahil dun sa mga investments na yan. No? Na ang maganda dito, hindi natin binibisan ng taong bayan. Malaking bagay itong non-tax revenue natin. No? Pangatlo, yung fees and charges. So, lumalaki din ang collection natin sa fees and charges. So, Ngayon, yung fees and charges naman, hindi nga tax yan, pero galing din sa taong bayan yan. Dahil fees and charges nga na nakokolekta ng gobyerno na galing sa mamamayan. No? Ang pang-apat dyan ay yung privatization. No? Noong nakaraang taon, we were able to privatize successfully yung NAIA. Nakakolekta tayo ng 40 billion doon, kung natatandaan ko. Tapos na-privatize din natin, I think this year, ang Kaseknan. CBK, CBK. Na by the end of the year, kukolekta tayo ng 36 billion, pero billion dollar, magkano? $36 million. No? Okay. Pero hindi pa yan kasama sa kwenta natin sa non-tax revenue for this year. Dahil baka malate ng konti yan, baka ang booking yan January na next year. No? At marami pang iba. So these are the elements of your non-tax revenue.
Thank you, Secretary. And in your opinion, kasi nakaka-affect nga sa revenue collection natin yung mga external headwinds, even internal situation like corruption. In your opinion, ano ba yung, in your opinion and analysis, what are the top headwinds, whether internal or external, that can affect our revenue this coming 2026?
Start domestically. Internally, posible magkaroon ng slowdown in growth itong third quarter because of all the reforms being initiated by our President. Nasiguraduhin na magastos ng tama ang taxpayers' money in executing the budget as well. So, magkaroon ng posibleng slowdown ang economic growth natin dahil pag nag-slowdown ang gobyerno sa paggastos, posible tamaan yung ekonomiya natin dito a bit. So, posible third quarter, fourth quarter, magkaroon ng konting slowdown. Posible hanggang umabot yan ng first quarter next year. And then, but the good news is that moving forward, lahat yan upside na. Kasi maayos natin yung problema. So moving forward, you will realize your full potential of growth. Meaning to say, pwede, based on our demographic data, based on we have a stable macroeconomic environment. Based on that, the economy can easily grow anywhere from 6 to 7%. Siguraduhin lang natin that we execute the budget properly at nagagastos natin ng tama ang pondo ng taong bayan. So this is the biggest threat, number one. Okay? The second biggest threat internally. Externally, maraming unpredictability. Well, one, geopolitical tensions, yung problema natin sa China, yung problema ng US sa China. Just a few days ago, nagsabi ang America, President Trump has said that he will impose 100% tariffs on China. Okay? Anong ibig sabihin ng 100% tariff on China? Ibig sabihin there's no trade between US and China. Titigil lahat yan. Okay? And because of that, if you have the two biggest economies, having a trade war, anong ibig sabihin yan? Dililiit yung global trade. And because of the tariffs imposed on the Philippines, maapektuhan din yung current account balance natin. No? Mababawasan yung export natin halimbawa sa Amerika, among others. No? So these are the challenges. So the geopolitical tensions, a trade war, of course, mabuti lang naman na medyo naayos na yung Israel-Gaza war, but you still have the Russia-Ukraine war, so on and so forth. Yeah. So these are all the external headwinds.
Yung internal, because of the corruption, what's happening with DPWH in particular, yes, the corruption issue, ang fear ko kasi because of the reforms being undertaken, and importante yung reforms, yung ginagawa ni Secretary Dizon, but the reforms will obviously have an effect on spending. Like, bigyan kita ng example.
Correct.
nabasa ko yung pinahold lahat ng mga reblocking, which is tama naman, no? Kasi maraming ang mga, actually marami rin akong kukuhang comments sa social media, bakit ayos pa yung kalsada, rini-reblock na. But obviously, nung hininto yan, pag hininto nationwide, walang contractor na gagawa nun, hindi sila magbabayad ng income tax, hindi sila bibili ng mga materials, walang VAT, so may effect sa magkakaroon ng slowdown in terms of revenue collection. This is on the government spending side pa lang.
Correct.
And that's why the key is dapat mabilis yung reform na gagawin ng DPWH, no? Or else that's close to about 900 billion in terms of infra spending na pwedeng, well ngayon kasi nasa third quarter na tayo, so mga kalahati siguro, mga 400 or 500 billion, pwedeng ma-delay, no? And it can affect our collection later on. So that's why corruption, itong issue on corruption, may effect talaga sa government operations because of the reforms that we are undertaking. Meron bang epekto on taxpayer payments? Do you think it will affect people in terms of paying their taxes? Dahil marami na didismaya, daming mga rally, daming mga ano, but do you see any slowdown in terms of paying taxes?
Yes, nararamdaman ng BIR yan. Medyo yung growth rate ng collection nila nababawasan ng konti, but so far manageable naman lahat.
Yan rin ang ayaw nating mangyari, na mawala yung kumpiyansa ng gobyerno, ng taong bayan sa gobyerno.
That's correct.
And the offshoot there is, in iba, mag-withhold muna ng payments, or in iba, siguro baka magkaroon ng many times pag-iisipan bago magbayad. No? So, that's why it's important to fight corruption and curb corruption. And I commend the DOF for stating that the DOF will never tolerate corruption. No? So, that's one. The other one is, I'll drill down, Secretary, to some of our revenue drivers, which is BIR and BOC. So nakita rin namin, if we drill down on slide 121, sa BIR, in terms of revenue targets, from 2015, only hit one time in terms of their revenue targets. Ang BOC hit about 4 times in terms of their revenue targets in 2015. So, this affects our overall collection because our main drivers in terms of collection is BIR and BOC. So, may I know from first BIR muna, kung ano yung nagiging challenges, bakit hindi na hit yung revenue targets, only once lang in 2020. And then later on to BOC. BOC is performing better, but then again, the best case scenario, lahat matamaan natin in targets. No? So, may I know from both agencies what are the challenges that they are encountering? How come we're not hitting the targets? So, anyone who wants to, Commissioner Lumagi, maybe can start with that question.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. For BIR, I'm not sure about the data on for last year based on the slides, but for last year, we have a positive based on the BBCC target. So we were able to achieve the 2024 target.
But this is positive 2.7. Mali lang yung kulay.
Yes.
Kamali lang
Okay.
yung kulay.
Thank you for the clarification. And also for 2023, I think the figure there is mainly because of because of the transition from the monthly VAT to quarterly VAT. That's why there's a problem with the data on 2022 and 2023 figures. But the challenge mainly is, I think, it's really more on, number one is the illicit trades. We've been addressing that, and we've seen a higher collection since we started an aggressive approach on illicit trade, especially on excise tax collections on illicit tobacco. So we've seen a drastic improvement in terms of collections on excise taxes, especially with our collections from the vape industry, because previously there was really no payments from that industry, kaya naman na tumaas po ang ating ang ano po doon, ang collection po doon. Sa VAT din po tumaas din ang naging collection natin sa VAT. So essentially it's really just monitoring. We will be more efficient, and we're hopeful. For the first semester of 2025, we were attaining our targets for the first semester. So we're just continuing our aggressive approach on curbing illicit trades. And nagiging maganda yung aming collections, especially also collections from our rate or run after the tax evaders, and yung ating run after fake transactions, which saw a dramatic increase in VAT collections because of our program on that. So we intend to sustain our aggressive approach on illicit trades and other unlawful activities, and we're hopeful, but of course with the challenges nga that were mentioned a while ago, for the second semester and the first quarter, or I don't know, for next year, yan po talaga yung magiging challenge. But we're hopeful, we're positive that our targets will, our collection will perform better.
Good you mentioned illicit trade, because we had a hearing, I think early part of this year or late last year, about illicit trade, and what we're seeing is excise tax collection on tobacco is going down, and there are information and also data being given to us that illicit trade is going up, no, in some parts of our country. In fact, in some areas, as high, sa Mindanao, nakita ko yung data, as high as 80 to 90% of the products being sold in that area is from illicit trade. No? So for me, that's also one of the biggest threat in terms of revenue collection, because if that goes unabated, talagang bababa yung collection natin sa tobacco. And we sent the DOF and some of the DOF agencies about the findings and some suggestions from the committee, one of which is to really intensify through a task force curbing illicit trade and also winning cases, because nakita namin maraming nga nahuhuli yung BOC, maraming nahuhuli Coast Guard, pero natatalo naman tayo sa kaso. No? So have you looked at, aside from focusing on illicit trade, what specific reforms is the BIR doing in terms of addressing illicit trade, specifically tobacco? Tobacco kasi ang pinakamalaki, and also vape. No? In vape kasi yung arbitrage between freebase and also yung nicotine salt. No? So yet we filed a bill to correct that arbitrage. But for now, ano yung mga reforms that BIR is doing in terms of curbing illicit trade?
Mr. Chair, again, I'm not sure about the data, but perhaps the data that was mentioned, siguro that was prior to our aggressive stance against illicit trade on tobacco, that there was an increase in incidents of illicit trade. Pero po, since we started last year on our aggressive stance, where we were able to raid a lot of factories, and we were able to confiscate a lot of illegal or illicit cigarettes, our excise tax collections, especially for this year, for January to August, had an increase of 13.6%, and also we were able to attain our goal for the excise tax. There's also our collection from tobacco products grew by 30.4%, or 25.63 billion pesos, which is essentially we have surpassed our target by 14.7%. So maganda po yung nagiging collection po natin sa tobacco since we started, yun nga, for August to August also, 21 billion yung naging increase po natin. So, effective naman po yung pagmomonitor po natin sa mga illicit trades. And of course, we have to admit that there's still a lot of things to do para mas makakolekta po. And the one that you mentioned a while ago, the bill for vape products, because we've seen a lot of yung shifting of consumer preference from tobacco to vape products. Kaya naman bumababa din ang bumaba before yung collections in general for excise tax because of the disparity of the tax rates between tobacco and vape products. But as far as tobacco is concerned, yun po, marami po tayong nagiging operations, and patuloy rin po yung gagawin natin and pagmomonitor. And also, one thing that we want to implement, and it's in the law already, it's passed yung ating digital track and trace solution that hopefully we will be able to implement by next year, and it will greatly improve our monitoring capabilities once that digital track and trace solution is implemented.
How many raids have you conducted in 2024 and also first half of 2025, and how much revenue have BIR was able to generate with those raids? For me, kasi ito yung pinaka-biggest threat natin, illicit trade, in terms of revenue collection.
For 2024, the total number of enforcement cases that we've made is 2,498. And we had a total number of seizures or apprehension of about 1,105. So the apprehended products is about 20 million or 20.5 million cigarette packs. And for vapor products, that's 952,000 ml. And for 2025, January to July, the total number of enforcement or visited establishments is about 2,306. And total number of packs, 167,000. And for vapor products, 266,000 vapor products, ml.
For 2024, 20 million lang ang value. Ay, medyo maliit lang
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
For 2024, 20 million lang ang
Packs, 20.5 million packs of cigarettes.
How much did we manage to generate in terms of revenue?
For revenues, we were able to collect that just 20.5 million pesos.
It's not so much.
Not so much. Because all of these cases, well, we've filed cases in with the DOJ for our enforcement, and the assessment is about, but the assessment is about 1.8 billion pesos.
1.8 billion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But of course, you have to file cases pa, no? To collect,
Yes,
to
Mr.
collect
Chair.
all of those. Okay. All right. And then, can we get an answer from the BOC in terms of the revenue collection?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. As an answer to the first question with regard to the challenges, and I'll also inject the solution side that we're undertaking, we've identified three major challenges that the BOC has been facing, not only during my term. I took over only this July, but for the last so many years. The first challenge, Mr. Chair, will be the obsolescence or the way the processes are being handled insofar as the lodging, assessment, and the payment system is concerned. Because if you would look at it closely, the process would allow discretion on the part of the assessment side. Although we, of course, we are using transaction value as the primary mode of getting the value of imports, but an obsolete or an old way of doing everything is vulnerable to being remiss on the actual collections that should be taken from the importer. So, as a solution to this, we are now pursuing aggressively the full digitalization of the customs processing system. However, there is another challenge to that because for 2025, there's no allotted budget for that. And then for 2026, there's also no budget allotted in the NEP. So if we're looking at pursuing that thoroughly, for 2027, it might be perceived as a midnight project. So our only option now is to proceed with a PPP option. So that's our only option right now. And CPS, again, the customs processing system is at the heart of the reform, of the transformation. If we intend to do a reform in the Bureau, it's at the center of everything. Otherwise, if we don't do this, the same problems will persist long after I'm after the commissioner. So that's the first challenge. We really have to modernize the entire system, coupled with other technology-based solutions. For example, we have to upgrade and level up our scanning machines. And then we also have to explore the pre-shipment survey. And then we also have to do smart CCTVs to safeguard everything, including our scanning machines. So that's the first challenge, Mr. Chair. And then second, similar to the challenge being confronted by BIR, of course, is the illicit trade. We can quantify how much would be the foregone revenues from illicit trade, and we have reports also with the details on how much we've apprehended. But of course, when we took over this July, we were able to immediately seize more than $1 billion worth of smuggled goods, mainly from tobacco. And the challenge mainly with regard to combating illicit trade is our own capability. For example, if we like to level up our efforts against smuggling of petroleum or diesel in particular, we have to, in the short term, we only have to rely on the Philippine Coast Guard, although I've already talked with the Commandant Gaban, because the BOC itself, we don't have our own working water patrol division, so we have to enhance our capability, meaning, in particular, we have to have our own water vessel fleet to do the job. And it's not easy to do that, but as a challenge to that, again, we don't have a budget for that in our NEP. So for the short term, we will have to rely with the Philippine Coast Guard. I've not yet talked with General Nartates, but we will sit down one of these days. We need the help of the PNP Maritime Command to do that. That's an example on the capability that we have to build for the long term with regard to combating illicit trade. The instructions of the President were very clear that we have to focus on specific imports that we have to focus on. One, of course, will be agricultural products. Two will be the petroleum products. And third is the tobacco and, of course, vapes also, among other things. And third, this is a bit external, but hopefully this is short term. The ban, for example, but we understand the ban on rice imports has a bigger dimension. But insofar as BOC is concerned, this is beyond us because immediately the foregone revenues will be roughly about a little over it depends. Based on the figures last year and this year, it's about 2 billion a month, between 1.5 to 2 billion a month, so about 6 billion or more, depending on the price of the market prices of rice for the next 90 days. Plus the zero tariff right now being which has already been adopted insofar as the U.S. imports are concerned. This would translate to roughly about, using historic numbers, this will translate to about 30 billion pesos foreign revenues. So this is external to the Bureau, Mr. Chair. And lastly, fourth, we don't have a solution yet, but this is an emerging challenge. We have to seek the help of the other agencies like TTI and of course BIR with regard to e-commerce and balikbayan boxes, because understandably, we are very careful in handling balikbayan boxes because we fully understand that the balikbayan boxes represent the efforts of Filipino workers abroad sending goods for their families and loved ones, but this is also being used and abused by illicit traders, meaning this facility is also being used for smuggling. So we have a partial solution to that, like upgrading our scanning machines also to be able to do a 100% inspection of the balikbayan boxes, but we're very careful because we cannot just strip them down. This is a very sensitive item and a politically sensitive item. So that one we will have to make a full comprehensive plan in order to address that. Plus the e-commerce, Mr. Chair, because the trend worldwide is that the e-commerce portion of imports is really expanding, and the systems, the equipments to handle that efficiently without delay are not yet in place. Not only in the Philippines but worldwide. This is a growing concern. So that part we have to drill down with other agencies. So this, Mr. Chair, are the 3 plus e-commerce and balikbayan boxes are the main challenges that the BOC has been facing for so many years.
Well, there's a trend globally that to remove the de minimis amounts. I think in the U.S. that's now a conversation because it's being used to evade paying taxes. No?
Yes,
So I think that's also one thing that we need to look at. Ang problema doon is it will take a lot of manpower to inspect.
Right.
You know? And that will delay many of the products. Also additional burden not only on the taxpayer but also on BOC. But that's something, a concept that because of e-commerce. No? E-commerce kasi ngayon is now almost half or more than half of global trade. So that should be looked at also. I want to ask Secretary about illicit trade. I think this is really a threat moving forward. And I don't believe in suspending the excise tax amounts or excise tax amounts being put on tobacco because based on our hearing, we saw that the prosecution rate is very low. I think out of the thousands of cases being filed, only a handful is being convicted. No? So in other words, the certainty of conviction is very low. No? So maraming nagpapasok kasi alam naman nila hindi sila makukonvict. Mahuhuli yung kanilang produkto, but we all know that the prices of illicit trade versus legitimate products are almost 4 or 5 times higher. No? If the cost is only 20 pesos, they're selling it at 100 pesos, 140 pesos. No? So kahit na mahuli isang shipment, basta wag lang makulong, tuloy-tuloy pa rin sila. No? So any movement from the department to address illicit trade, because I think that if we don't do anything, our revenues will constantly go down.
I think from the enforcement side, you've already heard from the BOC and the BIR. It's really the proper calibration of the tax rates, as far as I'm concerned. 0% tax, zero collection, 100% tax, zero collection. So the idea is somewhere in between, right? Okay, so let's say a pack of cigarettes, the cost to produce that is probably 10 pesos. And if you're selling that at 70 pesos, what percent of that is taxes? Right? Maybe 50%. So when taxes are too high, you invite smuggling. You definitely invite illicit trade. So that's for Congress to decide. Yes.
But also we have to look at the conviction, Secretary, because based on the data that we got from the Department of Justice, ang baba ng conviction rate natin. Literally only a handful. No? That angle should also be looked at because even though we seize, naguhuli sila, araw-araw may fina-file na case, but if we don't convict, wala rin. Hindi sila matatakot eh.
I agree totally with the statement of the chairperson of this committee.
Yeah. I suggest that the department look at that entire chain from seizure all the way to conviction. Yeah.
Yes, we will look into it, but like I said, it's also outside our bahuran, so to speak, with regard to the Department of Justice. But yes, we're working with them as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may report to the committee, we recognize that to have an effective efforts against illicit trade or smuggling, we fully agree that the prosecution side should be looked into and be improved thoroughly. So as a step, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, we already have met with the Department of Justice, although of course that was during the time of now Ombudsman Rimulya. We agreed to formally have a joint efforts starting from the case investigation to case build-up, because we recognize that sometimes there are a lot of cases that were dismissed, on the cases that were filed in court, were dismissed because of documentation issues. So they were dismissed for lack of documents that would eventually result to a dismissal. So as a step forward, the DOJ and the Prosecutor General agreed with us that we will work together and this will be formalized soon. But we're waiting for the new SOJ. And second, we also sought their help to make sure to go after the real owners of the smuggled products, because so far, in the cases that were filed, almost more than 90% of the cases, the respondents or the perpetrators were limited only to the drivers, helpers, or warehouse managers. It would be definitely more effective if the real owners will be the ones facing the cases in court. But we need the assistance, of course, of agencies like the NBI, CIDG to do the job. The BOC needs a better capacity to do that. But this is, to use the term of the Secretary, hindi namin bakuran yung ganun mas malalim na investigasyon. And we sought the help already of the DOJ because under them is the NBI. And then later on, we'll seek the help of the CIDG again to ensure that we will be able to really hold accountable the real owners of the illicit products.
You mentioned earlier both the BOC, BIR had thousands of seizures, but based on the latest data, this is from what we gathered. Out of the thousands of seizures, the BIR filed 194 cases, but only one conviction. And the BOC filed 64 cases, only 2 convictions. So 3 convictions for both agencies. Kaya walang natatakot eh. So that's why it has to be both the DOF and the DOJ addressing this. Kaya we recommended a task force, no? So that both agencies can work together to improve conviction rates. So that's one. We just want to put that on the table. We'll talk about the digitalization later because I saw, tama ba, Commissioner Nupumaseno, your proposed budget is 37 billion, but the approved is only 6 billion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You requested for 37 billion
Yes,
budget?
but yes, Mr. Chair, but that should include the other items like...
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
I'm sure digitalization is part of this.
Hindi po.
Hindi pa part ito ng
Hindi po
digitalization?
Lumaki po yan because of the several items, yun po nga benefits supposed to be rewarded to our personnel, about 8 billion po yata yan. So the other items, but that does not include the, again, the CPS, which is again at the heart of the modernization.
Okay. We'll talk about digitalization later, but since the biggest elephant in the room now is corruption, I'm sure you've seen this slide too, Carla. Commissioner Nepomuceno, yung State Department tags Philippine Customs as corrupt, calls for reforms.
Yes, sir.
And this came out a few days ago. Apparently, I read the article. Apparently, it mentions about, this is probably before you. I think systemic na itong issues ang corruption sa customs. Alam naman natin to. Lumalaki lang, lumiliit, but it's systemic. No? So, most likely, this is before you. And I read the article in this news item. A lot of it is about systems, bribery, nahirapan silang labasin yung mga shipment nila, so may makausap silang fixer. So this doesn't go well with what's happening right now, no? May I know from Customs, from Commissioner Nepomuceno, what reforms are you undertaking to address this allegation by the U.S. State Department? And I think this is also, this came from the American businessmen who are doing business here in the Philippines. So may marami silang importation.
Yes.
So nakukuha nila itong mga information na ito. No? So what reforms are you undertaking in order to address this?
Una-una, Mr. Chair, we just to address the particular concern of that report, we wrote already to of course, through the DFA, we requested for a meeting with at least the commercial and trade attaché of the U.S. Embassy to know in particular what are the concerns or complaints by the businessmen or business groups which serve as the basis for that report, so that we will not second guess what in particular are the issues of the U.S. State Department is. So, and then we also requested already a meeting with the American Chamber of Commerce, so that again we can address what particularly are their concerns. Now, to answer what are the steps again to curb.
Commissioner, before you continue, let me recognize the presence of Senator J. Bercito. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. So again, with regard to the corruption issue, again, this will persist definitely not until we are able to fully digitalize the processes in the Bureau of Customs. Just to explain more graphically what this means, Mr. Chair, if you digitalize, beginning from the submission of import documents, meaning the lodging phase, you will already submit the digital copy only of your documents, no need to submit that physically. And then in the assessment up to the payment, it will be digitalized, probably even exploring AI or even blockchain in the future, so that there will be almost zero human intervention. Ibig pong sabihin, Mr. Chair, para pong pumunta tayo sa ATM machines, and this is already being done in other countries. Hindi naman po ito bagong teknolohiya. The technologies are available. We just have to adopt one of them. So, para ATM yan, you will just have to choose which transaction that you want to do with the BOC and then go through that digitally. And then the releases, then the measurements of success will be much easier. That's the only way. All the others will be just to support and lessen corruption in the near term. But again, without fully digitalizing, I'm overemphasizing that, Mr. Chair, without fully digitalizing the processes, the 100% processes in the BOC, these problems hounding us the corruption issues will definitely persist. So we just have to do that.
Fully support your call for digitalization, Commissioner Nepomuceno. In fact, that's the only way. Na wala naman ibang paraan to eliminate corruption in the customs, BIR, and other agencies but to digitalize, no? Reduce or eliminate human intervention. In fact, I had the opportunity of visiting sa Singapore yung kanilang customs facility. Nung pumunta ako, walang tao. I don't know if you've been there, but wala talagang tao. And nagulat nga ako akala ko mali na puntahan ko. Pero apparently, everything there is paperless and digitalized. No? And they really eliminated human intervention. You just go there to, if you have a problem, but everything is done online. No?
Tama po.
Yeah.
Tama po.
So my question is that included in your budget? Because if that is the solution, that should be included in your budget.
Sinama po namin sana dun sa request for additional again,
But hindi kasama sa Tier 1, Tier 2, diba? Yan yung priority.
dinatna na po namin yung NEP when we came in.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Sorry, but yung pong paghahabol, yung...
Bakit hindi linagay ng predecessor mo? Diba? Dapat common sense na yan na ilagay niya na doon kasi digitalization yan eh.
I'll just...
Maybe different priorities. Sige.
Baka po kasi, ganito po, to be fair with my predecessor, kasi po yung mismong CPS, yung Customs Processing System, nagkaroon po yan ng legal entanglement because way back 2015 or 2016, somebody already won fair and square. Wala pa naman, hindi po kami, yung nanalo po doon sa bidding na yon, nagdemanda because the contract that was supposed to be awarded to their company was canceled. Naturally, it was understandable that they would sue the BOC. Then the case dragged on until today. So to be fair with the former commissioner, probably baka nakita nilang maybe futile. I'm just guessing kung ba't hindi po nila nilagay po. But that's the probable explanation po.
Mr. Chair, on that note, we have seen ito yung nagiging problema natin with our quest to digitalize sa LTO. Yan din ang naging problema. No, I think it's almost similar na yung computerization provider supposedly kinasuhan din, no? Kaya tumagal yung yung kanilang program for digitalization. And I think 2015 pa ito, Commissioner, no?
Tama po.
So, ganun din ang nangyari. Yung winning bidder, kinasuhan, nag-TRO. So, ilang taon yung nawala sa atin, Mr. Chair, that's almost 10 years. So, in that period, parang mano-mano pa rin tayo. So, what's the status now? Para lang alam natin. Nasa Supreme Court ba? Nasa which court is it right now?
Tama po. Pending pa rin ang peculiarity po nitong project na to, Mr. Chair, Senator JB, yun pong nanalo dyan, of course, propose a technology that as of today, obsolete na po yun. So this goes beyond legal issues na po. And of course, the good news is, when I discussed this with the President and then of course with Secretary Ralph, full support po sila dito, kaya full speed ahead naman ho kami rito. But then again, the option is mag-PPP, and I understand, Mr. Secretary, also, yung nag-propose ngayon ng PPP, kasali yung nagdemanda. So, mukhang hindi na nila ipupursue yung case. So, this can be, hopefully, a win-win proposal. The job of BOC right now is to make sure that the minimum features or minimum capabilities will be there to deliver the job.
Well, hopefully, no? Kasi we lost 10 years, sayang.
Opo.
And hopefully, under your administration and the remaining years, maayos din natin yan. And I heard, at least sa PPP, which we sponsored, kaya nakikilala ko yung mga taong nandito tumulong sa akin, sila Yusek Adriano, Yusek Atifong, of course, Yusek Alu. Sa PPP, talagang yan, sabi mo nga, win-win. Tulad ng ating chairman. Dapat talaga, we would pursue that already. Kasi hindi natin pwedeng iasa lang lagi. Ang maganda rin kasi yung upgrades and everything, minsan kasi it's also good to have yung Mr. Chair, yung, I don't know kung it will be feasible, yung leasing para yung upgrades and the maintenance of hardware. Kasi pag bili mo yung hardware minsan, ano na yun, you're stuck with it, tapos mag-upgrade. Sayang na yun. So, yun yung mga siguro dapat take into consideration while pursuing this system, no? Siguro maganda i-take into consideration kung mag-PPP tayo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, wala sa budget na yan. So, but I do support your initiative for digitalization. So, how much do you require to digitalize? And kung may PPP, I would assume mas mababa yung requirement. If this is the modality you want to pursue.
Opo, Mr. Chair, dun sa PPP proposal, of course, no cost to the government. And we've already initially analyzed the proposal. And then the amount that they would charge to the importer per transaction, hindi po per container. I don't know if parang minimal to my mind. But of course, tatawad pa kami. Parang 350 pesos per transaction. Almost negligible. Pag inisip po natin, spread over the number of containers or the total value of the import. So parang ano po yan, but I feel makakatawad pa kami. But even with that amount na 350 pesos to be charged to the importer, almost negligible na po yun. So wala pong gastos ang pamahalaan. Again, the only homework for us sa BOC is to make sure that at least the minimum capabilities or features of a dependable CPS, Customs Processing System, will be there. Yun lang po ang homework namin to make sure that it will happen. So, yun po, wala naman pong gastos. Kaya, hopefully, magtuloy-tuloy po yung PP. But, to give a value po kung magkano, kung sakaling gobyerno po yung gagastos for that, according to our initial market study, it's between 4 billion to 5 billion pesos. Kung tayo po ang mag-a-acquire niyan. We were trying to do some financial modeling. Will it be better for the government to fund that? Or IPPP na lang po. But again, that issue became academic because wala nga po sa NEP po namin. So we have to explore other options po.
Mr. Chair, just to add, as I did present earlier, the new appropriations for the DOF is roughly 30 billion pesos. 7 billion of that is digitalization. 3.7 billion will go to the BIR, and roughly 1.9 billion will go to customs. Now, having said that, we are already in the advanced stages of the national single window. The timeline is that the contract signing is expected by December of this year. Ergo, during the time of the President, we will be able to enhance the capability of the Bureau of Customs with their computerization program. So not only is the national single window, but also there are talks now for them to work out also the E2M with the Bureau of Customs.
National single window, I think that has been a conversation for a long time. So finally, it will happen.
Yeah, this is what we're discussing right now. This is part of the issue, how we solve the problem on those cases which have been filed way back in 2015. You cannot modernize the Bureau of Customs right now because of a case, a TRO, given by the court. So ang ginawa natin, pinasa natin sa DICT through the national single window. So hindi kasama, hindi saklaw ng TRO ng korte yun. So we're finding ways to address the problem in many other ways.
In other words, the national single window, end-to-end ang feature niya. You know, from start all the way to the end, which is the withdrawal of goods. Lahat siya is paperless na siya.
That's the idea, Mr. President. Yes.
Right. And then that is already included in the 7 billion.
No, that's totally separate.
Okay.
Totally separate.
Okay.
This is a PPP.
Okay. Okay.
In addition to that, yes, in addition to the PPP, in our budget presentation to the committee this morning, of the 30 billion in new general appropriations, there is 7 billion for digitalization. About 3.7 in the BIR, 1.9 billion in the Bureau of Customs.
So in other words, hindi na kailangan additional for Bureau of Customs.
Hindi namin tatanggihan yan.
hirap maghanap ng pera. Lalapit rin kami sa inyo para humingi ng bagong pera. Mahirap. But we would welcome
So, as
proposals.
presented earlier,
Yeah.
yung collection ng BIR, isang araw lang, yun na mapupunta sa kanila, yung 364 days sa national government na. Yung collection ng BOC, 3 araw lang, ang mapupunta sa kanila, 362 days sa buong national government na. Kaya less than 1% ang budget ng DOF. Kaya kung dadagdagan nyo, tatanggapin namin.
Sige. Well, we welcome suggestions, and if you think that we need to add for digitalization, we'll try our best to include. But yan ang aking paniniwala, no? Digitalization. Without that, mahirap talaga. Mahirap. And if the modality is PPP, then there's no, hindi naman malaki yung upfront cash, then mas maganda yon. But if you think you need to buy hardware or other IT equipment, then let us know, so we can support the Bureau. For the BIR, in the same manner, we enacted the EOPT, and there's a digitalization requirement in the ease of paying taxes law. And the digitalization requirement requires a roadmap. No? So, talagang in-embed natin to sa batas para maging institutional yung digitalization efforts ng BIR. No? May I know from the Commissioner, itong roadmap na ito, no, under Section 44 of the EOPT Act, have you submitted the digitalization roadmap? If not, what is the status of this roadmap, and what is the reforms you're undertaking insofar as digitalization is concerned?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have a digital transformation roadmap, essentially divided into a framework of 4 pillars, which first is aims to strengthen the BIR organization. The second one is focused on the digital backbone of the BIR. And the third is for the governance and enhancing policies, governance, and standards. And the last one is the regarding taxpayer experience and BIR services online. So we have already several projects accomplished under our digital transformation programs, but we still have a lot more to do. We have started the online registration and update system, and we will still have some improvements with respect to that. We also have the EONET system, or the electronic one-time transaction system on the sale of real properties, donors tax module, and shares of stocks. We have started also the chatbot levy, the e-appointment, and the other digital transformation tools. But again, we have to still develop a lot of projects to ensure more to address the transparency and of the entire system. So our roadmap, we have until 2030 to complete our digital transformation journey.
In your 2027, but well, I heard the Secretary that I think, if I'm not mistaken, 3 billion will be allocated to the BIR, tama ba? To further improve your digitalization efforts for 2026.
Yes, Mr. Chair, 3.7 billion pesos. Total of 3.7 billion pesos, Mr. Chair.
All right. So it's the same manner. I believe in the digitalization efforts of our revenue collecting agencies. That's also a way to curb corruption, be efficient in tax administration. So we're fully supportive of the digitalization efforts. Just a reminder that because under the Ease of Paying Taxes law, required na mag-submit ng roadmap every year. So we received your roadmap last August of this year. So we'll track down the improvements and also the deliverables in those roadmap. And then kung mayroong mga kailangan adjustments along the way, we'll inform the Bureau.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lumagi, so yung target natin for the completion is 2030 for the digitalization, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So wala naman kayong just like a BOC and the LTO, yung mga nagkaroon ng legal problems, na nagkaroon ng cases yung nanalong bidder sa BIR?
So far, wala naman po. Sana wala naman
because
po.
that hampers, imagine 2015 pa yung sa BOC, we're already 2025, so 10 years, hopefully sa BIR, wala, no? Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
I also saw some items in the budget. Ito yung the issue of unfilled positions. Both the BIR and the BOC. In fact, malaki ang unfilled positions. I think I discussed this during the last budget hearing also. But in the BIR, it's about 5,000 positions. In the BOC, it's 2,000 positions. How come it's, for the BIR, how come it's still a problem to fill all the authorized positions? Of course, it will affect also your efficiency. It will affect your revenue collection. The more people, the more that we will be more efficient. So, anong nagiging challenges? Bakit 5,000 sa BIR and 2,000 sa BOC ang unfilled positions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that has been a problem ever since because primarily for two reasons. First is the salaries of the BIR officials are very low compared with other government agencies. If you will compare our salaries with other government agencies of similar position, like lawyers or even accountants, they pale in comparison. So sometimes it's really just it's times 3 or at least times 2 of the salaries of other agencies. And number 2 is most of them are can be found in the provinces where it's very difficult to recruit lawyers and other accountants. That's why we also requested for a reclassification of these positions to accept other qualifications and not licensed CPA or lawyers, so that we can fill all these vacancies. But I think that's ongoing with civil service. And I'm not sure if we will be permitted to hire people with different qualifications than those stated in the plantilla items. But mainly because of those 2 reasons, Mr. Chair.
What's the effect, Commissioner? Because out of the 15,000 authorized positions, 5,800 is unfilled. So that's about 27% of your total authorized. What's the effect of almost a third of your authorized are not being filled? Anong affects operations ninyo?
Well,
are these mostly rank and file? Which in the hierarchy are these unfilled positions, or kalat sila?
Kalat po, Mr. Chair. We can see there are examiner positions or revenue officers position. That's why minsan po, especially as the years go by, the number of you can also see that the number of taxpayers increase as year on year. So para po yan na isang negosyo, pag lumalago yung isang negosyo, lumalaki yung manpower requirement. Pero sa BIR, hindi lumalaki yung manpower namin. But the number of taxpayers that are being served by the agency keeps on growing. That's why it's also challenging for us to monitor all the taxpayers. Kaya talagang challenge po yan at malaki po yung epekto na hindi po natin napupunan po yung ang plantilla items na ito. That's why hopefully mapatas po natin yung salaries sa ibang government agencies, because a lot of our, especially our accountants and our lawyers, shift or move to other government agencies because of the disparity in the pay.
Well, that is a challenge to the entire government bureaucracy, no? Yung salaries. In fact, kausapin namin ng ibang government agencies, gano'n rin yung movement, masyadong mabilis. No? So we're trying to find ways, hopefully, lalo na yung mga job orders, contract of service, yung mga gano'n, we're trying to find ways na mapuno sila sa mga permanent positions as an incentive. No? So we flag the CSC to look for a way to convert them into permanent positions para incentive sa kanila yan. Also with the BOC, ang laki rin. Out of the total 6,000 authorized positions, 2,300 unfilled, so that's about 37%. Malaki rin, one-third rin.
Yes, Your Honor. We have an approved plantilla of 6,264. But hindi po naman kulang, unlike with the BIR, hindi naman ho kulang yung mga nag-a-apply. But of course, hopefully for the right reasons, yung application.
Pero maganda narinig ko yan because pag sinabi mong, diba? Bro, pag sinabi mong customs, iba yung pumapasok sa isip nila, diba?
So yun po yung
mayaman
challenge.
yan, maraming ito.
Yung po yung challenge, ano? But we would like to still believe at this point na mukhang kailangan lang naman po ng more aggressive recruitment and hiring and orientation process. We have experienced a similar issue when we were at the Office of Civil Defense. It was the same. The fill-up rate was almost the same, 62%. So baka kailangan lang namin itulak dahil marami naman pong applicants. However, if I may mention, hindi lang po kasi ito, Mr. Chair, issue of fill-up rate. The strategic aspect also of the recruitment should be addressed. Yun po yung isa naming inaayos ngayon because naging uso po. Again, wala pong sisiyahan naman po ito, nakagawian lang, but we will try to correct this, not abruptly but systematically. Yung ma-assign ka, ito ang iyong plantilla, but you will be assigned to do something else. So, yung alignment po meaning yung ang mas tama, of course, kung ano ang iyong training, ano yung skills, yun ang trabaho mo. So, yung alignment is an issue. So, we are evaluating kung nung unang pagdating ko nga, ang instinct ko was to immediately order a back-to-mother unit order, but that would be chaotic had we done that. So, systematize po namin yung pagbabalik while we're also doing the recruitment. Ang pag kasi yung pwede kang ma-assign anywhere else, magiging susceptible na rin kami na baka mali rin yung dahilan, ba't mo inassign dun? No? So, these are the two things. We will recruit more aggressively, but we assure the committee, Mr. Chair, that we will do our best, that our recruits will be properly oriented, and that they will pursue the right mission. And then the strategic alignment of our personnel with regard to their skills will also be corrected. But we cannot promise immediately. Systematize po namin yun. That can be done but not immediately. May lang po, step by step po kami doon.
To hear that, Commissioner, that you're hiring for the right reasons, not for the ulterior motives. Tama ho yan dahil it starts with the hiring process. Once na nandyan na sa loob, tapos hindi maganda yung kanyang motibo, then talagang magkakaroon tayo ng problema. Hopefully in the next, under your leadership, in the next 3 years, hindi na ang Bureau of Customs matatag ng US State Department as most corrupt. I think I can hear that you're doing some very important reforms, especially in hiring, digitalization. So just let us know on how we can support that para at least maging maganda naman yung imahe ng ating Bureau of Customs.
Pagsisikapan po namin. Possible naman po, Mr. Chair.
Sir Chair, siguro, the mga hottest issue now, of course, yung mga contractors. So maybe we can just have an update from Commissioner Lumagi. What actions have been taken, especially doon sa mga na-involved, doon sa mga top 15, doon sa flood control, because of course, people are longing for answers, no? The public is really longing for answers. Na sinasabi ng iba kasi, especially mga legitimate businessmen, sinasabi na kami konting may LOA kaagad, ganun. Nagre-reklamo sila, konting kami babayad ng maayos. Tapos malalaman namin itong mga to, ghost pala, hindi natin alam kung nagbabayad ba ng tamang buwis mga to. So, any updates sa Commissioner Lumagi regarding this controversial contractors?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Last week, we filed the first criminal case against the Discayas and St. Gerard, one of the companies of the Discaya, for tax evasion amounting to 7.1 billion pesos. So that's the initial batch para po sa mga nagtatanong or nagtatanong bakit Discaya lang po yung finailan. That again, inuulit po namin, ito lang po yung unang kinasuhan at ito lang po yung unang natapos at patuloy pa rin yung ginagawang investigation or pag-audit doon sa mga iba pang contractors involved, and we're also looking into other personalities involved dito sa na to, and rest assured that patuloy yung gagawin natin na pag-audit. And yung sa mga sinasabi po na yung mga ibang negosyante na stricto ang BIR na nag-i-issue po ng audit ay we rest assured din po sa lahat ng ating mga negosyante na hindi lamang po sila yung tinitingnan po natin. In fact, ito po nga sa Discaya hindi naman po ngayong taon lang ito tiningnan na last year, and yung 2019 meron na pong final decision po yan na na-issue na po tayo, and the audit process really takes time because we have to afford the taxpayers due process, pero patuloy yung ginagawa nating pag-audit at pagsilip sa mga contractors na ito. And especially for government contractors po kasi, malaki rin po yung nagiging compliance po niyan in terms of total overall tax payments because of the withholding taxes being done by the DPWH. Kaya po talagang malaki rin ang tax payments. Kaya po sa mga nagtatanong rin po na bakit hindi nasisilip ng BIR dahil kung wala bang red flag yan, ay initially po malaki po ang tax na pinabawas ng DPWH bago bayaran ang mga contractors na to, whether the contracts have been done correctly or ghost man yan, malaki po yung tax na nabayaran because initially bago pa sila makakuha ng payment from DPWH ay nakaltasan na sila both for income tax and value added tax. So, yan po.
Also, yung mga I understand also yung mga online will be assessed as well, no, the tax na, because we understand that we are really indeed, because of the limited fiscal space, we really have to raise revenues, no more revenues. Kaya nga siguro marami umaangal because of your aggressive effort, no, to raise more revenues for the priority programs of government. Yung pong pati po yung mga influencers, no? Pati nga po sila, may mga umaangal ako nakasama na they are also being assessed, no? Pero siguro naman I hope that there will be yung pong basis na lang po siguro on computing the taxes para lang they don't feel that they are being singled out. Yun po. Ano ba update po, Commissioner? Social, mga influencers, tapos yung online also, yung mga ibang yung mga unconventional sources of revenues, ang mga bagong sources natin.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because especially during the pandemic, tumaas po yung lahat po ng transactions online na for yung mga online transactions, and of course yung ating mga digital content creators, social media influencers, dyan po talaga umusbong yan. And what we did was the first is education muna, when we started, hindi naman agad natin talaga sila hinabol. It's really we actually nagpatawag po tayo ng mga meetings sa lahat ng mga different associations ng mga online sellers and mga social media influencers to educate them that they have obligation to register and pay taxes, kasi po naiintindihan po natin na marami rin po sa kanila na nagkaroon lang ng kita, nag-register pero hindi hindi nila alam yung kanilang obligasyon na kinakailangan palang magrehistro, kaya naman yan po yung naging initial na focus po natin to educate them, and then eventually yung iba po talagang hindi nagre-register. That's why we have to resort to our official official audit on them.
Siguro is pang point, Mr. Chair. You know, two BIR officials were recently arrested during entrapment operation of NBI over an alleged scheme to solicit a kickback from a corporation. So, you know, Commissioner, this kind of news further deteriorates our people's trust to the government, no? Because of the scandal, like, you know, this flood control scandal is the biggest scam probably, one of the biggest or probably the biggest scam that has hit government, and it erodes or deteriorates our people's trust in government, especially in the ongoing investigation. So, are there reports of similar incidents, and how does the leadership of BIR ensure that personnel do not engage in schemes of corruption? Kasi sabi nga ni Chairman Win, pag sinabing BIR, BOC, parang naiisip kagad maraming pera. So, do you what steps do you take? Does the agency undertake so that yung mga ganito pong pagdududa ay ma-address natin?
Yes, Mr. Chair, actually that's an unfortunate event, pero po ever since po tayo nung napupo tayo, we already focused on addressing corruption issues in BIR. Kaya naman po isa sa focus area po natin yung integrity and professionalism of the institution. And since then, we have quite a number of disciplinary measures undertaken. Marami na po tayong mga sinuspend at mga tinanggal na mga officials ng BIR ever since. And patuloy pa rin yung pagmamonitor natin, and in fact itong nangyari po na yan ay na-issue na po natin ng preventive suspension order. And definitely we will act accordingly and swiftly, decisively on all these issues, at hindi po natin hahayaan po yan, gaya nga po ng sabi ni Secretary Ralph na dito po sa DOF family we do not tolerate corruption, and definitely lahat po ng actions na gagawin po natin, especially from digitalization and all other efforts, will be geared towards addressing corruption issues para matigil rin po ito.
Well, that's welcome. That's good. Welcome. That's a welcome level coming from you, Commissioner. Especially at this time that people are really hungry for results, no? Dahil po sa scam na to, talagang may galit, may rage ang publiko, ang taong bayan. So I'm hoping that those who are really guilty or those who really abuse should really be prosecuted, and sana po may matuluyan. I think sa mga talaga, for us to be able to curb corruption, yung certainty of punishment, kailangan talaga may makulong na dito. Yan ang naisip na tao, wala kasi nakukulong So we're hoping that meron po talaga. It's sad, but we really have to do it, no, para bumalik yung we need to bring back the trust and the confidence of the people in our in government, in the bureaus, the department, and in government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator JB. Commissioner Lumagi. Yes, Secretary.
With the permission, let me assure the committee that based on our conversations with the President is that maraming makukulong dito. Thank you.
Commissioner Lumagi, itong kanina nabanggit ni Senator JV yung mga LOA, at ako marami rin ako nakakausap ng mga MSMEs typically. What's the fastest way to report to you or to report to your investigative body mga erring BIR officials who are abusing their position? Anong pinakamabilis na ipaabot sa department? I commend you for investigating, suspending, even removing some of the corrupt officials. Pero dapat tuloy-tuloy ito no? And importante, umaabot sa inyo or umaabot doon sa mga disciplinary officers ninyo. So what's the fastest way for them to... Iba kasi natatakot diba? Kasi pag nag-report, baka balikan. Diba? Yun ang kanilang kinakatakutan. So importante rin yung certainty of reporting na pag report umaabot talaga sa inyo, or else baka ma-report, babalikan sila. No? So what's the fastest way?
Thank you for that. We part of our integrity and professionalism nung ginawa po natin na program na ito is to make sure that there's a dedicated avenue to submit complaints. And isa po dyan yung sa chatbot po natin. Sa website po, meron pong chatbot dyan si Revy. Nasa lower right portion yun ng website natin. There's a feature there that you can submit complaints, not just against taxpayers, kasi meron din po yan yung mga, if you know of some tax evaders, you can also submit complaints against yung mga tax evaders, but also against erring officials. So meron po doon, and also pwede rin po doon sa email at yung commissioner@BIR.gov.ph, tumatanggap rin po tayo dyan. So that's why yan po nakikita po natin, and especially if complete yung ating information and documents to support the complaint, definitely we will act on those complaints. Sometimes the reason why we were not able to act on the complaints is because wala naman laman, nagrereklamo lang, tapos entirely allegations, and we cannot make any follow-ups because even the identity and even the information and contact details are not true. Kaya medyo it's difficult for us to follow up on the complaints. Pero kung kompleto po yan, definitely marami po tayong complaints na actionan, and definitely it will result in disciplinary measures, commensurate disciplinary measure.
Commissioner, itong mga nagre-report sa ito, diretso ba sa inyo ito, or you have a panel, or anong assurance na umaabot to decision makers, not only to low-level employees?
Initially
yun ang kinakatok. Minsan pagsusumbong ka, natatakot ka, baka doon lang sa mga taong wala namang decision making, and then kumakalat lang, no? So there's also that fear na mabalikan sila, especially with BIR, kasi BIR is such an important bureau for businessmen, no? So kung MSME ka, micro ka, or small ka, ayaw mo magkaroon ng kaaway, no? So is this diretso ba sa ito, or diretso sa decision makers? What's the internal process?
Yung mga complaints po na sasabihin niyan, dumediretso po lahat yan sa Internal Affairs Service, and then sila po yung initial na nag-evaluate on the complaints, and eventually po talagang nakikita rin po namin na monitor din po namin.
Okay, all right. Just a few policy questions, Commissioner. Itong balikan ko ulit yung ease of paying taxes. Meron dito under Section 3 classifications of micro, small enterprises, and we really focus on micro and small, no? Dahil nga marami sila. I think there are about 80 to 90% of our registered businesses. Have we classified them already? Na-classify na ba yung micro and small businesses? And then in the law also, they will be accorded with a treatment fit for micro and small businesses, no? Para hindi naman sila pareho, same treatment as, let's say, the large taxpayers. Marami dito sa mga micro small, they pay their own taxes, sila gumagawa ng sariling libro. Unlike yung mga malalaki, they have accountants and accounting firms. So ano na ba ito, na fulfill na itong Section 3 of the EOPT Act?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we've already made the classification into micro, small, and medium and large as well. So meron na po yan, and we also revised our forms, some of the forms for the micro and small, to make it simpler compared with the medium and large taxpayers. So mas maliit po yung, mas konti po yung kinakailangan fill upan, mas maiksi po yung mga forms or taxable forms for micro and small. And patuloy pa rin yung pag-isip namin kung paano pa pwedeng bawasan ito, although limited din po kasi yung pagbawas natin, considering that a lot of information are also being required of us by different agencies for information and data purposes. Kaya minsan ang hirap pong tanggalin ng mga ibang line items. But susubukan po namin na magawa po yung mas simple pa talaga na hopefully also sa ano ko rin po dapat hindi na kinakailangan pang mag-hire ng accountant for micro and small taxpayers, but we've already issued several issuances, yung revenue regulations and several RM or revenue memorandum circulars to implement this shorter or simpler tax forms.
And their penalties mas mababa, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo, kasi dati same treatment ka, pag large ka and micro, the same treatment. So under the law, ginawa nating mas mababa. Not naman to encourage them to violate, but just to accord them with the reasonable amount of penalties.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's already being taken or being considered, Mr. Chair, because effective na po yung batas po niyan, especially with the issuance of the revenue regulations in 2024.
Another policy question under the EOPT Act, it was raised to us by some taxpayers, yung risk-based classification for VAT refund claims. And so I understand nag-assign na kayo ng risk classification on VAT refund. But there's this policy under Revenue Regulation 5-2024 na if you are low risk 3 consecutive filing of VAT refund claims, on the 4th refund claim, gagawin ka ng high risk. No? So, parang counterintuitive siya because you've been low risk for 3 VAT refund claims. So, nagre-refund ka na 3 beses, low risk ka naman. Pero on the 4th refund claim, gagawin ka ng high risk. You know? So, for me, my personal opinion, that it sounds counterintuitive dahil wala namang problema sa'yo. So, dapat low risk ka na. So, what's the rationale that they are automatically raised to high risk? And for me, it will discourage these taxpayers from, well, not discourage naman, but for them, it sends the wrong signal because from low risk, nagiging high risk sila. Parang naging risky sila bigla for no specific reasons.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Because when you're classified as low risk, wala pong audit na ginagawa po yan.
Yes.
Automatic. When you're classified as low risk, ay most likely, wala na pong question yan. I-issue na po yung refund for 3 consecutive years. So to prevent abuse on these classifications ng low risk and high risk, dahil nga sabihin nila, okay, kung if low risk, lulusot at lulusot dahil nga hindi na kinakailangan pang i-check, and we will not check all the documents to be submitted or that should be looked into to determine whether you're really entitled to a VAT refund. Kaya naman po parang ang nangyari lang po dito is once in a while titingnan po. It doesn't mean that when you're classified as high risk, it means that you're hiding something or we see something illegal already. It's just saying that since you'll be put in high risk, we will audit you for this time so that ma-check lang po talaga kung maayos, kasi nga po baka ang tendency lang po dahil nga you've been classified as low risk, then iniisip na hindi na mau-audit, so kaya nang magpalusot dahil nga po low risk naman ako, so itatago ko na. So eto parang one way of just checking na once in a while ay i-double check ko lang yung isa-submit ninyo. So that's once after nun, low risk na ulit, pero at least there's a may check pa rin in a way. Yun po yung
The message kasi sa mga tax, at least yung nag-avail ng VAT refund, bigla silang naging high risk and therefore parang may ginawa silang hindi tama, no? Kasi kung 3 times silang low risk, biglang high risk, ang message doon parang may ginawa silang hindi maganda. So may I suggest, ito nakita ko rin in other countries sa mga customs, di ba nag-ano sila ng random? So as a rule, lahat exempted, but in some jurisdictions, they implement random inspection. In fact, ako na target na yan ako a few times, no. And I perfectly understand kasi hindi naman lahat baka magpalusot bigla na lang, no. So may I suggest, subject to your review, na mag-random na lang once in a while rather than shifting from low risk to high risk. at least in that sense, may check and balance pa rin, no? And there is no misinterpretation na may ginawa silang hindi maganda at kaya sila naging high risk, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think siguro baka lang po na-alarm sila because of the classification ng high risk.
Yun talaga, actually yun talaga. No?
Pero sa totoo lang po, hindi naman talaga technically classified as high risk. It's just, yung paglagay lang po ng high risk, it's just ano lang na, so, yung parang kailangan lang i-check. Pero it doesn't mean na meron ngang nakitang ano na.
Yeah.
So I guess pwede po yun. Ibang terminology yung gagamitin that even if you're low risk, pwede pa rin. Kasi po, ang nangyayari kapag low risk, as a matter of course, we won't look into your submissions. So kapag high risk, pwede naming tingnan. So kaya lang siya sinishift to dun sa high risk so that we can look into the submissions. But again, pwede namang i-random. So maybe we'll just change the terminology. Baka naman kasi ngayon nga being classified as high risk, feeling nila may nagawa na agad silang issue.
Yun ang message na nakukuha nila, no, na naging high risk sila bigla for no particular reason, and the message that they're getting kasi nga may nagawang hindi maganda. So I think it's messaging also, no? Itong risk base is really messaging that if you're low risk, then you're a good taxpayer, maganda history mo, the Bureau recognizes your honesty, and then all of a sudden, maging high risk ka, parang nawala yung recognition na yun. So, a suggestion moving forward is just maybe a random approach after 3 low risk. You're now subjected to you can be subjected to a random sampling. Some methodology that will not send the wrong message to our taxpayers, because messaging is also very important in this case. No? Any questions
Sige, Mr. Chair, magtanla ako kay Commissioner Nepomuceno. With regards to anti-agriculture economic sabotage, I'm the principal sponsor and principal author of the first anti-agricultural smuggling law. Kaya lang, nag-evolve na nung nagkaroon tayo ng batas na itong mga nasa DA naman, left and right na yung issuance ng authority to import. So, nawala na halos yung smuggling. Nag-evolve na siya into hoarding, into profiteering, at iba pa, no? That's why nag-amenda tayo, no? Into anti-agricultural economic sabotage. And and also yung anti-agricultural smuggling law, BOC lang ang talagang agency. But with nag-evolve na nga po sila, so we included already DOJ, NBI, and other agencies, pati yata BIR, no? What are the ano po yung natin direction towards this, no? Because I would Mr. Chair, this is very important for me personally, kasi nga po ito po ako po nag-author nito, because I have seen how our farmers, no, have suffered, no, rice, sugar farmers, fishermen, because of yung pong influx of smuggled goods, especially, no, yung kasi talagang naging may time nga yung Department of Agriculture naging Department of Importation na, left and right na yung importation. So tapos yung smuggling pa, so talagang bagsak ang presyo ng bigas, ng sugar, ng isda. Napakahirap na nga ng mangingisda at mga farmers. So what are the steps being taken by the BOC to at least to curb smuggling of agri-products?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator JB. Una-una po, bilang pag-uulat lang, meron na pong 32 mga kaso na isinampa ang BOC with regard to violations or violators nitong Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Law Act. And then out of which 121 po yung mga nakasuhan ng mga individual, at yung mga sanay nakuha natin, kung yan ay nakuhanan po ng tamang buwis, may get 2.1 billion po sana yun. But as I mentioned earlier during the hearing today, what we intend to do is to seek the help of the DOJ, and then under them, of course, is the NBI, in making sure that the real owners of the smuggled goods will be the ones charged in court. Kasi po, ang mga nakakasuhan po sa ngayon, generally speaking, yun pong driver, helper, warehouse man, mataas na po yung warehouse manager. It's to our belief na kapag ang nakasuhan na talaga after ma-identify ay yung mismong may-ari o nag-smuggle, magkakaroon po ng chilling effect, and this will help us in our fight against smuggling. So the number of cases filed, of course, assuming that they will win, will be more effective kung ang tatamaan talaga yung mga may-ari. Yun po yung isang one of the distinct steps that we want to do during our term po. At yun nga ho, nag-meet kami with the former Secretary of Justice along with his team, kasama po si PG Padulyon. Nag-commit naman po sila at magpo-formalize kami ng agreement with them. Kailangan po maghintay po kami ulit ngayon kung sino po yung bagong secretary po.
Well, that's a welcome development. At least meron tayong 32 cases have been filed. No? Kasi nung mula, one of the first laws that I remembered, kasi yung anti-agri smuggling law was passed 2016. And until recently, wala naman wala na pakulong talaga. Wala na tuluyan. Kaya wala natakot din siguro. So again, Sir Chair, talagang yung certainty of punishment, talagang pag walang natutuluyan, walang matatakot. So, at least I'm glad to hear from you, Commissioner Luceno, that kahit na kakaupo nyo lang, meron na kayo nakasuhan po dito. Again, this is not, for the sake of our farmers and fisher folks, no, na naapektuhan kasi lahat yun yung kaya nga economic sabotage to kasi nga yung purchasing power din ng karamihan na ito na pag bumagsak ang presyo ng presyo ng palay, asukal, isda, humihina rin. So this is a welcome development. And yun po sa surveillance, no, you have a budget of 800.
Senator, Mr. Chair, if I may lang po.
Yes, Commissioner.
Kasi po, baka sakali lang naman po. One of the issues po na we can i-appeal po of course, sa budget hearing, yung pong capacity po kasi mismo ng BOC to conduct inspection of frozen meat products being imported, kailangan din po kasing i-improve po natin yon. Meaning, we need either an actual warehouse, refrigerated warehouse, where we can conduct the inspection, or at least renta po kami ng refrigerated warehouse. Ano po ito? Valid constraint po ito in our capability to do the job of preventing misdeclared meat products. Kasi po, pag nakita nyo po sa port yan, ang itsura po ng offal dun sa prime cuts, halos pare-pareho po itsura niyan. And this has to be inspected, supposed to be within our own premises. So the option right now is to release them under guard. Vulnerable na po tayo doon. Ano? I'm not insinuating anything, pero medyo vulnerable na po ang capability natin dyan. If the inspections will be conducted doon po sa warehouses ng importers. So, to prevent that vulnerability, kailangan po may sarili po tayong ganun. At sorry po, wala po yun sa budget ngayon. Again, dinatna na po natin itong NEP, but we're trying to find ways if we can just lease, at least for the short term, so that we can do actual inspection dun sa area po namin mismo o yung irerenta namin na refrigerated warehouse. Importante po yon dahil full control means a better inspection result. Yun po ang ibig po sabihin yan. So yun lang po, inuulat ko lang po. We are cognizant of that. We recognize that lack of capability in doing that task of preventing preventing agricultural smuggling.
So ito po, ang proposal nyo, mag-rent lang muna. Hindi, hindi naman tayo magdadagdag for capital expense or infra. Yung po naalala ko lang po kasi nakadalaw po ako one time sa Port of Manila, nasunog yung di ba, original BOC building. And sa Port of Manila, yung pong employees nyo, yung staff are still working on doon sa isang gymnasium that you converted, no?
Parang evacuation center.
Oo,
ulit.
parang evacuation center eh. Pero of course, if it's not really conducive work area, nakaka-apekto rin. So ano ba plano ng BOC? Wala rin sa budget yata, no? I suppose. Pero I think having a work area that is really conducive can also help yung ating pong efficiency ng ating ano. Kasi talaga para kay evacuation area eh. Napunta kasi Mr. Chair, talagang gymnasium converted into an office space for office workstations, so for everybody.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, na bring up po yun. Actually, pag umuulan ho, tigil po doon kasi yung mga kable nasa sahig lang. So we have to stop our operations. Unfortunately, sinuportahan naman po nila sa CRALB our request for us to be able to lease, evacuate po kami doon. Para po kami nasa OCD pa rin eh. Ano po yun eh, para evacuation center. We will lease for at least 3 to 4 years somewhere dito po sa area. Naka-identify naman ho na 50% lower than market rates, we will lease at binilita naman po sa amin kanina umaga ni Sec Ralph na matutulungan kami with our budget for us to be able to lease our offices. We will move out temporarily from the Port of Manila. So yung opisina po ng mga deputy commissioners, commissioner and other central offices will be occupied by the personnel from the Port of Manila para umalis na po sila doon sa basketball court. Doon na po sila sa normal na opisina. While we are exploring the option of being able to build for the long term our own buildings doon sa kung saan po nandun ngayon yung Port of Manila. May mga initial meetings na po kami with PPA and yung area na po yun kaya sa grupo po ng ICTSI. So may mga initial meetings na po. For the long term, kailangan po ng sariling complex na po ng BOC. But for the meantime, magre-rent po kami sa labas.
Okay, thank you for the updates. No? Kasi napunta pa ako na talagang pag umulan nga doon, delikado yung mga cables are really exposed kasi nga it's temporary.
So,
no?
Pumabaha po talaga.
So, yung ano po, yung operations budget ng BOC intended for surveillance and prevention of smuggling is about 892 million, a slight increase from current year's allocation. Ano po ang components ng allocation na ito?
Mainly po, we will procure additional scanning machines. Yun po yung plano namin. This will be a combination of yung malalaki pong scanning machine for the containerized shipments at magdadagdag rin ho kami nung yung pang-airport, yung luggage, yung mas maliit pong scanning machines, which are very effective against entry of illegal drugs. Yun po yung nakakahuli talaga. Then yung sa scanning machines naman, we will make sure yung malalaki are already going to have an enhanced capability po para sa radioactive and organic materials.
Siguro last ano lang point si Commissioner, no? Ako lang talaga pakiusap yung anti-agricultural economic sabotage. Let's make it work this time. No, again, this is really to help revive our industry, lalo yung agri-industry natin, lalo na yung ano, dalawa kasi yun eh. Yung, of course, marami yan, no? Lalo yung mga rice farmers, pero yung also close to my heart, yung sugar cane. My mother hails from Negros, is sa mga batas din natin, Sugar Cane Industry Development Act. We intend to revive the sugar industry, kaya kung talaga nandiyan pa rin smuggling, hoarding, cartel at iba pa, eh talagang hindi yan magpa-prosper. So, yun lang. Sabi ko, kahit wag lang po sana sa agri-products. No? I hope you'll be more strict with agri-products. No? Hindi naman sinasagot di bali na iba, pero ito na lang yung pakiusap natin because it will involve a lot of lives. No? Lalo na yung the poorest sector for society are farmers and fisher folks and in the agri-industry. Ilang, thank you for your reforms sa ating dalawang commissioners that you are already trying to do in your agencies.
Makakasa po kayo. But if I may, Mr. Chair, i-bring up ko lang. With due respect to the framers of the law, baka lang po pwedeng i-revisit yung exclusion of the BOC as member po nung... Naintindihan po namin, baka when it was being framed, wala pong tiwala sa BOC. But probably, pwede po nating i-reconsider kung pwede kami makasama mismo sa council.
Yes, I will take note of that, and also other policies or regulations of BOC that you further want to address or be given attention, especially with the law that now we can already amend, siguro after a year, we can already amend the law so to make it more effective. So please let us know.
No problem. Thank you po. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator JV. I'll jump to the Bureau of Local Government Finance, and this is in relation to the deployment and maintenance of the Real Property Information System under RP-VARA. Meron kasing mga importanteng provisions doon, no? For example, in Section 22 of RP-VARA, mandates the BLGF to develop and maintain an up-to-date electronic database of the sale, exchange, lease, mortgage, donation, transfer of all real property transactions. And this is really to, kasi ngayon, lahat ng market values and lahat ng schedule of market values right now is reliant kung anong gagawin ng ating mga assessors, no? So under the law. And at the same time, those findings nila should be uploaded to a database so that the private sector can use it. May I know what is the status of the database? And then in the law also, it calls for the automated of real property tax administration of LGUs. No? So may I also know nasaan na tayo in terms of digitalization of the LGUs? Because LGUs are also equally important in terms of digitalization. May corruption rin nangyayari sa LGUs, hindi rin yan iba, no? So in order to eliminate that, the law calls for digitalization. In fact, it also calls for a roadmap for digitalization. So ito ba, dito ako nakatingin dati kasi si di ba, si Alvina, dati kayo ang BLGF, di ba? Ngayon, iba na pala ngayon. si ED Agkawili na pala. Nakatingin ako sa iyo. Iba na pala ngayon ang ED. Sige. Pero tama, you were the ED or OIC before, di ba? Alright. Sige, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chair, good afternoon. As an update on the development of the real property information system under the RP-VARA, it is now ongoing. And it is being funded by the Local Governance Reform Project. And right now, the latest update is that we already have come up with 6 modules, and it's being exposed to the stakeholders for further inputs, and that by next year, the system will be in place so that we will now be subjecting it to exposure for the users. This system, Mr. Chair, is that it contains data on particularly on sales data of real properties, the cost and lease data in order to help local assessors prepare and develop their schedule of market values. Because the most tedious part of developing a schedule of market values is data gathering. So by this system, it will provide our local assessors the data that they will be needing. No? And just to give you at least an idea of how will it be, this will be maintained by the BLGF, and then our local government units will be able to link with this system in order for them to extract the data that they need every time they update their schedule of market values.
But in the law, kailangan rin mag-update ng real property market database, di ba?
Yes, sir.
And this is going to be available to government, and I think for private sector for a fee. No? I think that's the...
Yeah, that was the... but for local government units, Mr. Chair, it will be freely accessed.
Freely, correct,
Yes.
correct. So where are we in terms of this real property market database? Kasi ito lahat yung buy and sell, ito lahat ng transactions, no? So it will help the assessors determine ano ba yung latest transaction in their locality. Diba? So that's the essence of this database. No? And at the same time, for people who are in real estate, they can access that and they can use it to guide their decisions, but for a fee. No? So, kumusta yung ano na yan?
Already 80%
Okay.
finished, and that we get the data, of course, from our partner agencies like the BIR and also the Land Registration Authority. And we are also looking into other sources like notaries public with respect to the documents and real properties that they notarize. So all other possible sources, Mr. Chair.
But it's 80%.
It's already 80%
live.
done.
Okay.
And so by next year, we need heavy capacity building and the use of the system for our LGUs and likewise for other stakeholders and the BLGF as well.
Okay. And in the law, we also will assist the local government units to automate their real property processes. No? Kasi the updating of schedule of market value is one thing, but making them efficient is another thing. So we included that efficiency in the bill. So BLGF will work with the ICT to come up with that system.
Yes, we do with respect to the system development.
Yeah.
No?
So kumusta tayo
And,
dyan? How are we?
We are with the ICT, sir. And also, I would like to mention that the basic thing here, when we adopt the system, is the database cleansing. So we are right now undertaking that. No, we are training our LGUs on how to cleanse their data, so that once they link with the RPIS, it will be a good. They will have a good data with them already.
But the automated real property tax administration system is already it's already there. That system is already there.
It's 80% done.
80% na
Yes,
rin.
yes.
And then it will be given to local government
It
units.
will, the local government units will have an interface, so their existing system can now access that system for them to extract the data that they need.
Yeah, but iba pa yung their own real property
Yeah.
assessment
Yes,
processes
yes, Mr.
internally.
Chair,
For
yeah.
LGU yun.
Yes, the LGUs have their own. That's why we are right now aggressively assessing each LGU systems, no, and how they can update their existing systems in order for them to be able to interface, to link with this RPIS once it is operational.
How many LGUs are automated already or digitalized?
Well, in terms of percent, for more on cities, municipalities will be the list. They have the list digitalized
Yeah, but
system.
our goal is to digitalize everyone.
Yes, that's our goal. But for the BLGF, we are looking into at least when LGUs are 80% at least digitalized, particularly those cities or highly urbanized, we will consider it as it is already successful for us, because there are some LGUs also that negligible in the sense that they have less transactions. So in this connection, while we are developing the RPIS, the BLGF is also right now taking steps with respect to the electronic payment system for LGUs. And we are tapping. Right now, we are in the piloting stage, Mr. Chair, particularly on the electronic OR payment system.
Yeah, but how many LGUs are digitalized?
I think it's only 50% if you are getting all LGUs, different
all
categories.
LGUs.
Yes,
All
all across LGUs.
Oo, dapat meron tayong database niyan kasi the law, ito nakasulat shall automate their all provinces, cities, municipalities shall automate the real property tax administration operations. So the law calls for that. And the LGF
yes,
will,
sir.
in cooperation with the ICT, will be the one spearheading that.
Spearheading, yes. Sir, yeah.
So the goal here is to automate the LGUs. No?
Yes,
Oh,
we will
not
submit.
50%, not 80%,
Yes,
but 100%.
Oh, yes. We will, can we submit the exact
Yes.
percentage,
Correct.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, submit
Yes.
to us the exact number.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then, but what you're saying is the automated system or the digital system is already in place. It's just a matter of giving it to the LGUs. Ganun ba yun?
Yes, yes. We will roll it out to the LGUs.
Okay. Give us an
Next
update
year.
on that also.
Yeah, that will be our activity next year, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's it included in your budget?
Yes.
Okay. I saw in your budget merong local governance reform project. That's how much is this? In 2026? Yeah, in 2026. Magkano? This is an ADB project.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
This project is in line with RP-VARA, or this is a separate?
This project, first of all, this project is already on its extension of stage because we requested for an extension, especially when the RP-VARA was passed. Because this project partly funds the RP-VARA implementation. Particularly on the development of the system, it's the LGRP. That project is the one funding it right now.
But the utilization rate is very low. In 2024, it's only 31%.
Yes. It's like this, Mr. Chair. It was, first is that the project started in 2020. 2020, and then came the pandemic. So there was a slowdown in the implementation. But then I took over in latter part of 2023, and then we hastened the activities. And in 2024, we were able to pursue the procurement for the development of these two big systems. So it started in 2024. Unfortunately, in 2025 budget, the LGRP funds, including the GOP counterpart, were put in the unprogrammed. And this is not a challenge for us because right now we are pursuing our activities, including the development of the system, but we are now being billed, and that the GOP has not yet been released.
What is this project? This is meant to...
it's a local governance reform project.
Yes, but what is it meant to do for the local governments?
Its purpose really is for revenue generation because...
Of local governments?
Yes.
Okay.
Because other output of that will be the regular revision of the schedule of market values.
Okay.
And then,
which is tied up to RP-VARA.
Which is tied up to RP-VARA. That's why RP-VARA is one of the policy output of the project. And when the RP-VARA was passed, so other outputs were being implemented, and it is mandated under the RP-VARA, particularly the big systems that we are developing right now, the real property information system and the computer-aided mass appraisal system.
And this project is worth 400 million?
That's the last, for next year.
For 2026,
yes, for
that's the last tranche?
Yeah, last tranche.
Okay, all right. And just as a reminder, kasi may mga revisions under RP-VARA, just make sure that the revisions are in line with the law.
Yeah, we'll do so, Mr.
Kasi
Chair. Yes.
talagang we carefully, when we were consulting the DOF, we really curated the timing there so that maganda yung maganda yung timing ng revisions.
Rest assured, Mr. Chair, because the original draft of the bill, I was deeply involved in there, together with Senator Lacson at that time. And so we know deeply the reasons for the reform. So rest assured, we will do so as you.
Thank you for that, Executive Director. I just have a...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If the chair so desires, we can start with Valenzuela.
Pwede. I think there's may mga timing eh. I think there's there's a amnesty,
Yes.
diba? And there's also a cap.
Yes.
Cap, yeah.
Yes.
Sabay-sabay naman yan, Secretary.
Pwede sa 2027 or 2028.
Election time yun, mahirap yun. Dapat
Thank
after
you.
2028.
Thank you.
On the Bureau of Treasury, I have also a few questions. There's a National Indemnity Insurance Program, and this covers school buildings, I believe. With the recent, I read in the news that Secretary Senator Angara mentioned that the amount of school buildings that were destroyed or damaged by both the typhoons and the earthquake amounted to about 2.2 billion. Covered ba ito ng National Indemnity Insurance Program?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but the Department of Education has yet to submit, sir, the damage assessment. We haven't received their report, sir, but these are covered.
Okay, so all school buildings covered na ngayon?
Yes, sir.
And what is the mechanism to cover it? Is it included na in the, because we build on a regular basis, eh. Is that already built in the work program, or paano natitrigger yung insurance niya?
Sir, we have a list of covered schools for 2025.
So the Department of Education should make sure that the list is updated and given to the Bureau of Treasury.
Yes, sir, but the policy, the current coverage is limited to the ones submitted initially to us. So if there's a new school building, those will not yet be covered.
Okay. And then, so they have to make sure that they give you a list every so often so that you can include that in the insurance program.
For the succeeding coverage, sir, yes, sir.
Okay, and then who will assess the school? Who will assess how much the damage? Because that will also dictate the release of funds, no, from the insurance program.
Yes, we have a memorandum of agreement with GSIS, Mr. Chair, and it's the GSIS that they have adjusters, so the adjusters will visit the buildings, and they will be the one to assess.
Mm-hmm. And how fast is the release of the fund, the assessment and also release of the funds, based on your experience? But this is a good program. Bago lang to, no? This is a new.
Yes, yes,
This is
Mr.
the first
Chair.
time I've encountered this.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but for 2026 proposal, it's not included in the NEP as the Secretary.
I will go to that after, but itong existing, how fast is
the turnaround time?
The turnaround time. From the time, let's say, the calamity strikes and from the time the amount is released, because there's also another time for the reconstruction and repair of the classrooms.
Mr. Chair, given that this is a new program, we really have birth pain. So even DepEd, it takes them a while to submit the report and also the damage. So the turnaround until payout, more than 6 months. We would have to get back to you on the
Matagal, ah. Kasi, and then from the time they will construct or repair,
yes, sir,
that will take another 3 to 6
we
months
will,
already.
Mr. Chair, may we get back to you on the details? But
yeah, but assuming it's 6 months, so by the time the calamity strikes and from the time they repair the classroom will take a year.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yun nga, sir, that's why we're coordinating closely with DepEd so that they can provide the data in a timely manner. Kasi it will kick in the processor for GSIS adjuster to assess. So without those information, GSIS will not be able to start the process.
Okay.
But we're also working with GSIS how we can expedite, like using satellite data to expedite the process and not actual visit or ocular inspection of the adjusters.
Kasi the adjusters will dictate how much is the amount that it will be released to. Is it to DepEd or to DPWH? Kasi the construction arm of DepEd is DPWH, at least for now.
The policy is under our name, so
Okay.
it will be to the Treasury and then we will release it to DepEd.
To DepEd, and then sila na bahala to look for the contractor to fix the schools.
Yes, sir.
But like you said, that's typically a 6 months activity.
We will get back to you on the
Saan mas maiksi,
turnaround
no?
time.
So that we can, they can use the funds right away and repair the classrooms right
Yes,
away.
sir.
Because typically they tap into the QRF, and the QRF normally nadideplete ka agad yan, especially for infrastructure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. For 2026, do we have the same amount?
It's not included in the NEP, sir, but we have an item in the unprogrammed fund, as
Okay.
the Secretary mentioned.
Yeah. How much is the amount for 2026?
It's the same, 2 billion, sir.
2 billion pesos. And the 2 billion will cover also all schools. What does it cover? Schools?
For now, it's school buildings,
Just
sir.
school buildings
yes.
lang.
We're
Okay.
working with the OH also so that the hospitals and the equipment may be covered, but until now, we also haven't gotten the data from them.
From Department of Health. Pero
Yes,
mga
sir.
maganda malaking bagay ni schools Yeah, because the schools, especially in the Eastern Seaboard, sila ang madalas tamaan Yeah, so and we estimated almost close to, I think about 2 to 5 billion every year of classrooms gets damaged by typhoons or mga calamities. So maganda may funds to replace all of those. Yeah. Sige. Well, we'll work on.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I think this program is better on paper than in actuality. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, so we've paid the GSIS 2 billion, 4 billion in the last 2 years. Palagay ko maraming eskwelahan nang nasira pero wala pa tayo nakukuha. Hindi pa natin napapakinabangan. Having said that, I agree with the observation of the chairman that maybe we can create a fund. Need not be an insurance fund, but create a fund, maybe managed by the Treasury. It would be earning interest so that when the calamity hits, so in effect we're our own insurance company, we can get from that and give it to the calamity fund. So maybe that would be...
Yeah, the fastest way is the QRF.
Yes.
Kasi cash na siya
Correct.
So regardless kung ano yung damage, it's the assessment of DepEd and release na kaagad yun.
That's correct.
Yeah. So you don't suggest of putting funds for 2026 on this program?
Well, the DBM suggested that they put it in the unprogrammed fund, which I doubt will be funded in 2026.
Okay. But the suggestion is just to look for a fund inside the GA or maybe increase
Yeah,
the QRF.
that's a possibility,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Sure.
Secretary.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Pero yung kapatid ko yung lagi ba na
Also on the BTR, we saw an account in your budget, yung representation expense. There's a big jump from 2025 to 2026, from 2 million to 34 million. Any reason for the big jump?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's for the hosting of ASEAN. Yes po.
Hindi ba kayo kasali, yung OP requested for some amounts for ASEAN and they will they will be the ones to download the funds to different agencies, those who are involved in the organization of ASEAN?
Most, sir, but because we will host as a treasury, so there's an ASEAN Treasury Forum that we will host.
This is part of the ASEAN
Yes,
organization. All right. So for the BTR, the BTR now is the custodian of the Coco Levy Trust Fund.
Yes, sir.
May we get updates on how the fund is doing, the investments? I understand that 75 billion was transferred to the BTR in relation to the Coco Levy Trust Fund.
Yes. As of August 31, Mr. Chair, the total balance is 81 billion pesos, of which cash is around 62 billion, and then government securities or invested in government securities, it's 18.9 billion pesos.
And then what's the use of the fund? May bang
Well, it's for the development of the coconut industry,
and then
Mr. Chair.
there's also releases.
Yes, annual releases.
And then who dictates the releases? There's
a trust fund management committee that approves the allocation of or release per year. But the law provides the guardrails and the allocation of each implementing agency, Mr. Chair.
So they allocate, for example, for I guess for fertilizer, for mechanization.
Yes,
para
Mr.
sa
Chair.
RCEF, parang
Yes.
RCEF, no? Parang RCEF.
We have 15 implementing agencies, and they all have specific allocation per year.
And how much is being released every year?
In 2022, we released 5 billion, but only 2.4 billion was disbursed or was used. In 2023, another 5 billion. Utilization is 49%.
How come it's very low?
Yes.
Yes, as Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think the law itself is too restrictive. And that is why it is part of the LDAC that we want the law amended to simplify. I don't believe that you need 15 government agencies to develop the coconut industry.
That's why it's very difficult to utilize the funds.
That's
Sayang.
correct.
Sayang.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Very specific.
And the 5 billion is only based on the earnings. It's not even the principal amount. No?
Yes.
So kung ano yung nakukuha sa interest, yun lang ang rini-release. Yeah. Pero sayang, hindi nagagamit.
It will take forever to develop the coconut industry if we follow the law.
Yeah. I think it's time to take a look at the law and see if we can liberalize some of the uses, or else 50% utilization is not efficient. I'll go to the Insurance Commission. Yes, sir. This is an article that we came across, but it's quite an old article. That the former Commissioner Dennis Funa wrote in an article which highlighted the vulnerability of insurance sector to money laundering, citing a report of the Financial Action Task Force. Has this been addressed, and is this possible, the insurance industry being used for money laundering, considering what's happening right now with all of these flood control issues. One of the main regulators that acted quickly and looked at all of these money flows is the Money Laundering Council. No? So is this possible that insurance products be used for money laundering?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, the Insurance Commissioner is a member of the Anti-Money Laundering Council. And the first thing I did was to ask the same question, because I was surprised about it. But really, we have addressed the situation because as a matter of course, somebody can put the money on insurance products, retrieve it on some other date or some other time. In fact, by today, we have something like about a couple of hundred insurance policies that have been frozen based on the 6 freeze orders that our AMLC issued. And that's how it is because the cost of having the money is not, having those insurance policies are almost the same as putting them in the banks. So therefore, we have those. And we are even reviewing because the law states that the regulated entities of the Insurance Commission has to be put under the AMLC's regulatory requirements. And that would include our HMOs and even our parent companies. And we're trying to review how far we should be having them in. But as far as having them sufficiently addressed, I think this year we have properly addressed the situation because we have been removed from the gray list, and we expect that this will continue because of the imperative that the President gave us last year, and I think it will be continuing, notwithstanding the issues on the corruption phase that we'll be having right now.
Commissioner, itong nangyayari ngayon sa flood control, were there any connection to insurance policies and those policies that were frozen?
Oh, yes.
When you say insurance policies, these are the VOL types?
Not at this point. These are different. Basically, the VOL types are the life insurance policies, and these ones that we're having are the performance bonds.
The performance, okay, all right.
So it comes from the bidder's bond until the retention bonds. There's about 5 kinds of bonds that DPWH gets, or for the contractors get, in which the DPWH is obliging. We cover, it is required that 30% of the value of the project should be covered by insurance as a performance bond. But there are other options, actually. They can have cash as like the collateral for the project, or manager's checks, or even bank guarantees. But as a matter of course, they're getting the insurance premiums or the sureties. So we cover them, and we assume a good underwriting system that is being undertaken by them because they're supposed to have them under collateral or some other asset of the contractors. And this one, it's the DPWH who's the obligee. And when the DPWH tries to collect from the contractor, they can also collect directly from us because it's callable on demand and it's a surety. And by today, we would be having something like four letters already issued by DPWH. In fact, this week is a very busy time for us. Tomorrow, the DPWH will be coming to our office. We will be signing a memorandum of agreement and a data sharing agreement with DPWH to ensure that we have the same data, and somehow the issue of restitution, at least on the 30%, can be covered by insurance. And the next day, we will be having a signing in the ICI together with all the others. It will be having a meeting on how we have a whole government approach in restitution, because it has to be clearly addressed because our public are waiting on how we're supposed to be doing that. And the Insurance Commission, as member of the AMLC, by today we would have had something like about 4.9 billion frozen in the assets based on the 6 freeze orders that we were able to secure from the Court of Appeals.
But two questions. Paano nagagamit siya as a money laundering tool for money laundering? And then number two, in relation to the flood control, it's really the performance bond that is what connects within the insurance policies and also the flood control issue.
The first one po is actually on life insurance policies. When you buy the BULs, basically. Kasi po doon nakamix yung premium at saka yung investments. And therefore, you can have, for example, you can have like $1 million that you put on a life insurance policy. And that already cover, the only premium that is really required to cover the risk is about maybe a certain percentage, give or take, for example, about 3 or 5%. The others actually are open for investments in which from there you could be able to have some reasonable return on the value that you try to place on the insurance that you buy. So they are really different from the issue of flood control po. Yung pong flood control ay hindi po magagamit directly on money laundering. Meron lang pong, ito po ay tungkol sa paglalagay sa mga as policy holders. Yung pong sa pagkuha ng BUL o kaya po pagbili ng premium. Ito pong sa issue ng flood control, dito po ngayon kumapasok tayo dahil dalawa pong bagay yung nakikita natin. Ang una po ay yung ghost projects at saka substandard projects. Ang mahabol po natin sa ghost projects ay about 30% of those. Although meron pong, miniting ko na po lahat ng ating mga insurance companies on this, they're looking at some other provisions of law that they think they shouldn't be paying because the contract has not been acted on. But we believe that the issue performance bond is about for the projects to be performed, and we believe that it has to be covered by at least the 30% that we could be able to get from the callable on-demand policies that was issued by the insurance companies, of which the PWH as obligee has all the right to file and lay claim.
But itong mga insurance companies issuing performance bonds, legit naman sila. They're all, itong mga performance bonds are legit. Ibig sabihin, government can call on them.
Yes po.
And you've analyzed all the bonds issued by the 15. Kasi like for example, yung 421 ghost projects, ang habol ng gobyerno dyan, yung bond eh. Diba? So, but dapat kasi meron rin peking performance bond eh.
Yung po ang tinitingnan namin ngayon, kaya nag-uusap po kami ng DPWH. We will be addressing that, kaya meron po kaming system na tinatayo at we will be doing some data sharing.
But have you detected any fake performance bond?
Yung pong lahat ng nakukuha naming information sa kanila as of this morning, wala pong hindi nakakuha sa amin ng tinatawag nating we issue certificates po eh. For each one, because required po yun ng DPWH. Pag wala po kayong certificate of coverage ng isang insurance policy, you won't be able to start the project. So talaga pong ganun yung sistema. Kailangan lang namin siguraduhin kung baka may nangyari na hindi dumaan sa amin yung proseso.
So who issues the certificate of coverage?
Kami po yung nag-i-issue based sa vision po ng dokumento. Kasi bago po ma-accredit ang isang insurance company, nagsasabit na po yan ng mga policy na meron ng mga numero at nakalagay na po yung original signatures ng mga responsible officers. So, ang kailangan po namin, masigurado namin na umaandar yung proseso na ito. And then, ngayon po, with a very cooperative DPWH, they even sent the whole legal team to our office. Na gagawin po natin is talagang tututukan natin na siguradong lahat ay nako-cover. At kung hindi po namin makita sa aming record, ay tutulungan po nila sila not only on the administrative, the civil, but even on the criminal side of the prosecution.
But ano ko lang i-breakdown ko lang konti. So si contractor pag nagbigay ng bond kay DPWH, kailangan may certificate of coverage
Opo.
issued by IC.
Yeah po.
Kung wala,
Hindi po nila pwedeng hindi nila pwedeng i-accept kasi wala akong coverage.
hindi valid or hindi
po
pwede
valid
accept?
kasi required po yan sa dalawang rules natin sa ating government procurement system. So far, ay meron po kaming certificates.
Okay, so
Issued.
pwede i-call ng government yun. Lalo na yung Ghost Project, di ba?
Yun po ang aming theory. In fact, we even went to the Secretary of Justice so that we can have our inputs undertaken with the National Prosecution Service on how can government can relate on the matter of restitution.
Okay, all right. So ang punto ko lang naman may habol yung gobyerno. Both for the Ghost Project and also the substandard projects. So, and wala naman kayo na-detect na ghost insurance policies or fake insurance
Hindi pa
policies?
po kami umaabot dun sa parte na yun dahil lahat po nung nakukuha naman namin issued by
IC?
by IC.
Okay, that's good. It's good to hear. And yung VUL, mayroon bang know your client
Opo.
policy yan?
Opo.
So meaning they cannot just invest in VULs and
As a
remain anonymous?
Yeah. As a matter of course po, it's a part of the underwriting system po ng bawat isa. At ang mga kumpanya po has to have those. And those are they're basic standards on how you are supposed to do that. No? Including, of course, the health, the financial capacity, etc. But in the final analysis po, katulad ng aming mga na-freeze sa AMLC, ay hindi po namin makukover basta-basta yung kanilang source of funds. Depende po minsan sa kung ano yung nakadeclare. Pero as a general rule, I think we have been very prudent on how we're trying to have our clients buy insurance, especially with those with PUL aspects.
Okay. And then going back to yung mga flood control, have you estimated magkano pwede makolekta ng gobyerno sa mga bonds? At least those ones na report na ng DPWH. Alam ko tuloy-tuloy pa yung kanilang inspection and analysis. But at least yung mga may kaso na, yung mga talagang ghost na no? Wala na talaga siya
Yung pong report nila and even from ICI, ini-start na po namin i-assess. Ang problema lang po, kailangan namin makita yung actual situation per insurance company and per project, which is very exhaustive. Kaya po kailangan mag-usap ng DPWH. Doon po kasi sa mga proyekto, merong nabibitin hanggang performance band. Ang dapat po kasi dyan, meron ng retention band hanggang warranty band. Sa bawat proyekto po, minsan nabibitin na lang at hindi na natutuloy. And therefore, actually ngayon po ang magandang panahon para ma-check mabuti ang bawat proyekto kung ano talaga po yung risk pa at ano pa yung talagang dapat bayaran ng mga insurance companies. At saka ano pa po ba yung dapat natin gagamitin moving forward kung hindi insurance companies na magko-cover ng certain amount para to perform something. How are the other instruments, financial instruments be able to help on how we're supposed to cover? At least yung pag-uumpisa po ng mga proyekto na ito. And we understand na kailangan pong may mag-cover pa rin yan at masyado pong malaki para sa isang kontratistang lihit. I don't know kung tamang sabihin natin kontratistang lihitimo na kaysa gumastos ka po ng premium sa isang 30% coverage, 30% coverage, gumasta ka na lang for cash or manager's check or even bank certificate.
All right. So so hopefully may ma-recover pa gobyerno. I think naman pwede, no? As long as ma-call ng mabuti yung mga bonds.
Opo, we're very optimistic po dun sa sistema natin because this is really the time na ngayon pa lang namin makikita kung paano aandar ito kasi nung araw po kahit maraming bond na kinukuha, wala po namang kontratista na ika-cancel yung kanilang accreditation with DPWH or PCAB. So lahat po sinesettle. So hindi po na umaabot sa amin sa insurance. Kaya importante po dito na pag-aralan namin mabuti ng DPWH and ng Money Laundering Council.
Kung meron ng information on how much government can call on those bonds or how much mababayaran ng gobyerno, just furnish the committee.
Opo. Ang ano lang po namin yung limitasyon ng bawat kumpanya kasi po ang isang kumpanya ay 1.3 billion ang minimum nating capitalization. hindi po ganun kalalaki yung exposure at saka po they're into some other businesses. And to move this thing forward, how are we supposed to really cover at least man lang yung pag-uumpisa ng isang kontratista sa susunod kung paano natin gagawin considering na napaka-nipis po at napakalaki ng risk na kailangang iharapin ng isang kontratista para makapag-umpisa ng kanilang mga project.
One-third yun, that's 10 billion ang pwede makolekta ng gobyerno.
As a matter of course po kasi talaga,
I don't know kung multiple
bantayan.
insurance companies yun or isang
Meron po kasi kaming basta isang single project, tapos po ay may kalakihan yung kailangan i-cover. Ang mangyayari po, kailangan nilang i-cover by reinsurance. So about 20% ang pag nakita po natin na about 20% na yun.
If the single project is big.
Opo,
diba?
opo.
But these are small projects na napakadami.
Yeah, nakita po natin na nabibiyak yung proyekto kasi naging 150 million ang bawat.
So hindi mo na kailangan i-reinsure yun.
Yun po yung nangyayari doon sa mga project na nakikita natin ngayon. Pero po depende pa rin sa laki ng insurance na nagko-cover eh. Ang kailangan po namin, we should be more prudent. Dapat po nasa remedial kaming, preventive kaming posisyon kaagad. So we're trying to have that, and I really appreciate the fact that we are given the proper support by government on digitalization. Yun po talaga yung aming kailangang i-push para makuha natin kung paano natin mababantayan itong bagay na ito.
I guess the worst case scenario, if the insurance company cannot pay up, maubos yung capital niya, papasok ang IC doon. Tama?
Yung pong pagpasok namin ay kung administrative po kami. Dahil actually, ang jurisdiction po namin ng claims is about 5 million lang. So, kailangan po dumal sa regular courts kung mayroong kailangang bayaran. Tapos po, kung makikita natin na mayroong gross negligence o kaya may abuse at bakit hindi nila binabayaran, dyan po tayo papasok for a regulatory oversight in which we can suspend, pay fines, and provide other penalties na magagawa as your insurance commission.
I just hope that the insurance companies have the wherewithal to, if ever government will call. I'm not sure, hindi ko alam yung mga kung sino-sino yung mga insurance companies na yun.
Yeah po, miniting na po namin sila lahat kasi importanteng makover natin at kung kayang mag-reinsurance, yun lang po yung nakikita naming paraan para ma-move at mapalaki yung kanilang assets na kayang bumunggo sa pangangailangan nila.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll jump to the Privatization Management Office. I would like to get some updates on the privatization efforts for 2024 as well as 2025.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon. For 2024, the major accomplishments of the Privatization and Management Office, we have collected a total of 4.447 billion, and we have exceeded our target by 510%. These came from the sales of properties, lease, dividends from semi-rara mining corporations, and other incomes. Also, in this time, that the PMO, together with the Privatization Council, disposed of our shares in the North Luzon Expressway, amounting to 3.3 billion in 2024 and Q1 of 2025. With this, Mr. Chair, we have remitted a total of 4.168 billion to the Bureau of the Treasury.
How much have we, what are the plans to privatize this 20... Let's go back one step. In 2024, how much have we generated in terms of privatization?
In terms of privatization, Mr. Chair, we have the major accomplishment is the sale of the North Luzon Expressway, Mr. Chair. This amounted to 3.3 billion, and some small assets which we have disposed, Mr. Chair.
That's for 2024.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
For 2025, for this year, what are the plans for 2025?
For 2025, Mr. Chair, we have remitted a total of we have sold a total of 1 billion, Mr. Chair. These came from the sales of assets and lease of some properties, Mr. Chair.
What are these properties for 2025?
For 2025, this came from the sale of the non-of mining share, Mr. Chair. This is accounts receivable in effect, Mr. Chair.
All right. How about for 2026? What's the target privatization efforts?
For 2026, Mr. Chair, we are targeting at the minimum po 795 million, but we have prepared some major assets that would help the government to raise a total of 194 billion, Mr. Chair. But this is so optimistic.
194?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, just to...
Yes.
Yes.
Secretary.
So that the committee is not confused, privatization is not only with PMO but also with other government agencies such as Fiscal on the power generating or power plants, so on and so forth. So I just wanted to put that on record, including our BOT, like the IA. For example, in 2024, we were able to generate 30 billion in revenues. And that continues this year. Let's say for CBAA, it is 36 billion that we expect, either by the end of the year or first quarter next year, among others, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So the agencies can also do their own privatization through PPP or through asset sales. Yeah.
Mandate, such as PISAM. Talaga naman yung mandate ng PISAM is to sell these government assets.
Yes. And for at least for PMO, for 2026, what are you looking at in terms of asset sales outside of the other agencies that were mentioned by Secretary?
For 2026, Mr. Chair, we are looking at selling 319 parcels of land. So this will generate around 795 million, Mr. Chair, at the minimum. We are also looking at some big-ticket assets, including the sale of the food terminal, financial center area, Ecology Villages 1, 2, and 3, the Mylong Complex, and the NHA Caloocan property, Mr. Chair.
That will go up on sale on 2026.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but some of the items I already mentioned, we have received some unsolicited proposals, so we are processing it and we are looking at finishing those transactions by 2026. So the proceeds will be received by 2026, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you for those updates. I just want to get some updates from CBAA. CBAA? Ito ba? I think he just went out. Si NTRC. Nasa NTRC ka na ba? Dati nasa FIRB ka, di ba?
Kami po Secretariat, Mr. Chair.
I work with si ED Mark sa Create More and many laws. So, oo nga, marami. From FIRB to NTRC. Any notable accomplishments of any NTRC? And I would attest that NTRC was very active in the Committee on Ways and Means. During that time, we passed 10 laws in the Committee on Ways and Means during the 19th Congress, all of which, or most of which, si Direct ED Mark was there to give his inputs. No? So, and NTRC was well represented as well. So, any notable updates or accomplishments from NTRC?
Mr. Chair, good afternoon. So, NTRC po is the Secretariat of the Fiscal Incentives Review Board. So, as Secretariat, we facilitated po the drafting of the Create More IRR and conducted a series of trainings with the different IPAs to ensure po yung alignment namin pagdating po sa cost-benefit analysis and evaluation po ng mga tax incentives. We are also the secretariat for the task force on fees and charges. So just last week po, we conducted a symposium to give update po dun sa mga different government agencies na hindi pa po nag-update ng kanilang fees and charges.
What we need, Secretary, is and to NTRC is an cost-benefit analysis of the ecozones and IPAs. Yesterday, we had a long budget hearing on the IPAs, tapos kami 8 o'clock na. And ang dami talagang IPAs that are non-performing. But yet, every year, we give 200, 300, 400 million. Of course, their objective is, in their mandate, mababasa mo doon, self-sustaining. No? But some of the IPAs never turned profit ever since they were created. No? And we keep on giving them subsidies. So moving forward, we should, I don't know what to do yet, no? But we should rationalize the IPAs and the ecozones kasi ang dami talagang labas tayo ng labas eh. Pag sinuma mo lahat, billions rin eh. No? But walang profit, walang, I don't know if they're generating employment. So may we request from NTRC to look at that, yung CBA cost-benefit analysis?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, that's one of the target of the FIRB to check po the compliance ng mga IPAs as well as their performance. Although because of the CREATE Act and the CREATE More, so we're giving them more time to catch up, Mr. Chair. But we will definitely do that.
Furnish the committee a copy of your CBA.
Yes, sir.
We'll use that in the discussion during the budget deliberation so that we will, of course, look at the benefits that they are giving vis-a-vis the subsidies that we are also granting the IPAs and ecozones.
We will do po, Mr. Chair.
Also, let me CBAA give us an update on your latest accomplishments on how about yung mga umaakyat sa inyong mga bagay na you need to adjudicate. What is the performance of that?
Thank you, Senator Win. So based on our accomplishments, for the past year, there were 11 appealed cases amounting to a sum in dispute of about 1.62 billion from all over the Philippines. And we have decided about 11 cases, and they are now moving for motions for reconsideration. And right now we have 15 pending cases all throughout the country. And for the present year, we have just completed our board last July, so we'll now be moving all cases. We only have few more cases left for decisions of the board, and all of the remaining are in the present for oral arguments, presentation of witnesses, and possible compromise agreement between the local government units and the taxpayer.
How many cases on the average, or let me rephrase it, how many cases went up to you in 2024?
For 2024, Your Honor, we have 15. And currently, they are being heard for oral arguments and then presentation of witnesses. We are having, for the last 6 months, since the board was not complete, we cannot implement, or we cannot resolve. We have resolved already the cases, but we cannot implement it because of the lack of signatories here.
Okay. How many board members? There are 5, diba?
We have 3.
3 board members, but now it's complete.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then in 2024, the 15 cases that were elevated to CBAA, all of those have been disposed.
The 15 cases are now pending, but for the prior years, there were 12 which were appealed and were resolved. So right now, these are the new cases since 2024, and up to present, there are only about 15, and they are all undergoing. One is for in different stages of the litigation.
What is the turnaround time of cases?
So the turnaround would be about from us as early as 3 months or 6 months, and then it can go as long as 2 years, Your Honor, because of the compromise agreement that we are asking from the litigants, from the local government units and the taxpayer. We're actually mandated by law under our alternative dispute resolution to really ask the parties to come up with a possible amicable settlement as much as possible. That is why during the last elections, there were, for example, one of the delays that caused or prolonged the cases is when the chief executive of the local government units will be replaced because he lost the election. So there will be a new arrangement, or there will be a new talks between the taxpayer and the local government.
All right. And those cases can be appealed pa, no? To the CA, to the Supreme Court. Tama ba? Hindi pa siya final, ang decision ng CBAA?
Well, according to the law, Your Honor, our decision is final. However, they can still go up to the Court of Tax Appeal and BOC and to appeal the case. And then to the Supreme Court.
And to the Supreme Court, yeah,
yes.
Because I saw that there are cases na umaakyat pa eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Attorney Oizon. And lastly, for the Philippine Tax Academy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Any notable accomplishments?
In 2024, we rolled out 45 courses for the 3 bureaus, BIR, BOC, and BLGF. And we even trained some private sector officials. We targeted 30 and we rolled out 45 courses. And we trained 5,350 learners. Central to our curriculum is integrity education, which is very important for the revenue collectors. We want to encourage them to be more loyal to the country, to improve the way of looking at things. We also developed international partnerships, and we had the Bureau of Customs train people in the National Tax Agency of Japan and COICA. We sent some people in COICA to train under their Customs and Tariff Bureau. And then we came out with 2 research papers developing reform initiatives in the revenue sector for the reinforcement of the PTA Integrity Education Program, which is very useful for us. Also, we designed an outcome-based training and continuing education framework for the Philippine Tax Academy. For this year, so far, until the 3rd quarter, we rolled out 21 courses. We are targeting 30 this year, and we have trained 4,748 learners from the 3 bureaus. Most of them are with BIR, and then second with the Bureau of Customs, about 1,000, and then the BLGF, about 300. Also, we have learners from, we handle continuing professional education courses for lawyers and accountants. That is where we earn our most of our income from our revenues, because we are not being paid by the bureaus. So we earn from the private sector.
Who are your clients? Who are the learners?
We have
Are they
about
government or private sector?
mainly the losses that our main clients are the bureaus, BIR, BOC, and BLGF. That's about 3,000.
Including
31,000.
Including local government units?
Yes, under the RP-VARA, we are supposed to train local government officials and the local government assessors.
And then when you undertake training, is it open to them, or they're the ones who would come to you and request for training, or both?
Both ways. So we develop training courses for them, and then we market it to them. But sometimes they come to us and ask for training, and we develop it for them.
So the focus is tax administration.
Yes,
and
that's
understanding
the focus.
tax regime.
Yes.
Okay. How
Yes,
to
Mr.
make it?
Chair.
How to make them efficient? What are the
Yes.
techniques?
And more conscientious.
Okay. All right. And you don't train, let's say, the academe?
Sometimes we get participants from the academe, but it's very rare because they're involved mostly in theory. Ours is more practical. Tools that can be used to improve tax audit in the three bureaus.
In the 19th Congress, we passed many tax laws. Like first, let me acknowledge the presence of Senator Bongo. Sir, good afternoon. Ease of paying taxes. We have RP-VARA. We have capital markets efficiency promotions, SEMEPA. Then you have the enhanced fiscal regime for large-scale mining, metallic mining act. All of these are now part of your training.
Yes, it's already. We are developing courses for each of those laws.
Okay.
So we are going to develop the courses and then market it to the private sector.
Okay. And government.
Yes.
Okay.
Mainly government also.
All right. Sige. And I would like to just request to give special attention to the LGUs.
Oh, yes, of course.
Kasi LGUs, especially with RP-VARA, they will be the ones really implementing it.
Yes.
Marami sa mga LGUs natin, especially municipalities, the turnover rate of their people is quite high kasi nasa probinsya. But equally important is their responsibility to boost local revenues.
Yes, Mr.
Right.
Chair.
Thank you, President Beltran.
Thank you
We
very
recognize Senator Bongo for his questions or manifestation.
Manifestation lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat. Una, pinapaabot ko lang po ang aking suporta sa ating Secretary of Department of Finance, aming guro dito noong 18th Congress. Full support po always sa inyo, sir. With your able leadership, alam kong nasa mabuting kamay po ang ating Department of Finance at ang ating bayan. Ano lang po, konting katanungan lang about ease of doing business. Marami kasing mga reklamo. May batas po tayo dito. It was signed into law, Republic Act 11032 or the Ease of Doing Business Act to reduce red tape in governmental services. Sana po ay mapabilis po yung proseso. Pagka matagal yung proseso, dyan po na pumapasok yung korupsyon. Pag natutulog po yung mga papeles at sinasadyang patulugin yung papeles at dyan po nag-umpisa yung korupsyon, yung lagay, red tape. Lalo na po sa mga small and SMEs, no? Small, medium enterprise. Ito pong mga maliliit na negosyante po na gusto lang pong mag-negosyo at kumita. To SEC, what are Securities and Exchange Commission, what are the efforts of the Securities and Exchange Commission in simplifying registration procedures for small and medium enterprises po? Yun ang kadalasan nating naririnig na reklamo po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Senator Go. Yeah, I assumed office, I think, in June. And since then, ease of doing business is a top priority in the SEC. Along that line, we have tightened our timelines. No, we adopted a team-approved policy that if the SEC is not able to deliver on the internally agreed timeline, the transaction is still approved. No? So, and number two, we have strengthened our online company registration system. Before, it covered only about 33 companies, company categories. Now it covers more than 80 company categories where people who want to register online to make themselves a company, like the SMEs that you referred to, can do it online. No? And I personally tried it. I was able to register a company for only 2 hours, under 2 hours, Mr. Chairman. And it's becoming popular. I understand the data would show that there are many registrations now. One additional thing that we did on this online registration system for new companies is we also included companies with foreign investors, no? Unlike before where it was limited to companies where the investors are purely local or domestic. No? And that's in fulfillment of our commitment, no, to foreign investors to make ease of doing business in the Philippines. No? You mentioned about MSMEs. No? That's also a big part of the agenda. In fact, we extended a 50% discount for MSMEs becoming companies, because what we would like to do at the SEC is to invite or get these MSMEs, most of which are sole proprietorships, individuals, into the formal economy by becoming corporations. Hopefully, on the long term, they will become publicly listed companies, no, to help develop our capital market. We also, even for non-MSMEs, again, to help further encourage the development of our capital market, we also extended the discounts, no, at time bound though it may be, no, just to demonstrate that in the SEC we're serious at easing doing business in the Philippines and developing our capital market. No. Even little matters like getting documents from the SEC. In fact, that was the first circular that I issued. We reduced our fees by 50%. So again, that may not be a very big measure, but it sends a strong message that we want our stakeholders, especially the investors, to have ready access of to documents so that they can really see whether the companies that they want to invest in are worth investing in, Mr. Chairman. And that's also in line with transparency. You know? We want the documents readily accessible at the least possible cost, though, to our investors, Mr. Chairman, and especially people who really want to invest their money into the formal economy, Mr. Chairman. And we also relaxing our rules, though, on, as I said, in implementation of the ARTA, the 3 days, 7 days, 20 working days, Mr. Chairman. Again, in line with our deep-approved policy that if we are not able to deliver on those timelines, the transaction is deep-approved. Of course, subject to certain exceptions like companies getting secondary licenses. For example, if you're a stockbroker, of course, we have to do extra due diligence. That's why these are exempted from the 20-day rule, Mr. Chairman. Even on, again, on capital markets, we have this 45-day deadline. But what was happening in the past was it was 45 days for the SEC to approve the application, but it's the applicant that gets the internal clearances from the SEC, other departments of the SEC. So what we did is the SEC itself will get the clearances from its other departments, but that's included within the 45-day period. Again, we extended the lifetime of shelf registration from 3 years to 5 years. So shelf registration, if you're a company, if you want to raise money from the public, you register self-registration, so you don't have to file again registration statements when you go second time, third time. So we gave before there was this system, but it's only limited for 3 years, but we extended it to 5 years, just to make our companies to enable our companies to the chance to raise capital when the economy there are opportunities instead of refiling it after the 3-year period. So these are things that we've done, Mr. Chairman. Senator Go.
Salamat, lalong-lalo na po yung mga maliliit na negosyante. Yun po ang unahin nyo po. Yun yung mga walang kakilala, walang connection or whatsoever. Yun ang nangangailangan po ng tulong ninyo. Yung mga mayayaman, may contact naman sa inyo lahat yun. Anyway, is to BOC Commissioner, I'm sorry, Sir, to Bureau of Internal Revenue Commissioner Romeo Lumage Jr. Ano po ang hakbang ninyo rito para mas gawing mas simple po or SME friendly ang tax compliance nang hindi sila natatambakan ng multa po at surcharge po? Yun, kawawa naman pag mas-surcharge pa sila. Liit na nga ng kita, liit ng negosyo. Yun po sana ang bigyan nyo po ng pansin at tulungan yung mga maliliit na negosyante po.
Una-una po yung nakatuon po tayo dyan sa mga SMEs din po. We're doing an aggressive also on information dissemination para maturuan ng SMEs para sa tamang pag-comply, and also pursuant to the ease of paying taxes, pinaiksi rin po natin yung mga tax forms na sinasubmit po nila. And yung atin pong online facilities, we have established e-lounges nationwide. Sa lahat po ng mga district offices, nagpatayo po tayo ng mga e-lounges na kung saan pwede po silang gumamit ng mga computers at mga mag-avail ng online services ng BIR, at meron pong dedicated revenue officer na tutulong at gagabay sa kanila para maturuan silang gumamit ng mga online facilities, na meron po tayo dyan yung online registration and update system kung saan pwede po sila magrehistro at kung saan din pwede sila mag-update ng kanilang registration, and also yung pag-file ng kanilang mga returns pwede po silang turuan dyan. Kung hindi nila kayang gawin, kung wala po silang mga internet sa bahay nila, pwede pong gawin po yan sa mga district offices na pinatayo po nating mga e-lounges. And again, patuloy pa rin yung ating pag-improve ng mga online facilities para naman na matulungan pa po sila at tuloy-tuloy yung aming information na dissemination.
Salamat. At yung sa hindi masyadong kabisado sa online po, sana magabayan nyo po ng maayos. Hindi sila mahirapang pumila sa inyong opisina, at yung checklist na dapat nilang gawin to comply, para hindi po umabot sa puntong magbabayad sila ng mga surcharges po. Pakitulong na lang po yung mga maliliit na negosyante, Commissioner.
Yes, will do po.
Salamat po. Balikan ko lang yung SEC, no? Ang dami nitong investment scams sa ngayon. Ako po, nabibiktima rin po ako nito. Ginagamit yung pangalan natin na ito, mag-invest kayo, kikita kayo, bibigyan kayo ng ganito. Iba't ibang artificial intelligence or the deepfakes, yung mukha natin nagagamit doon, ginagamit ng mga scammer. Ano bang ginagawa ng DOF at ng SEC nito to combat investment scams? At ito rin pong online lending, nagpapautang tapos kung hindi nagbayad, pinapahiya. Yun ang marami rin po nagsusumbong. Baka matingnan nyo po ito ng mabuti, itong investment scams, panloloko po ito. Yung iba naman, kawawa yung mga kababayan natin, naluloko rin. Konti na nga lang yung pera nila ay nagagamit pa sa investment sa scams na ito. Baka please gawan nyo po ng paraan po ito, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Go. We are in the process of strengthening our enforcement and investigation department. Because as you correctly stated, investment scams are proliferating to the damage and prejudice of our people, especially those who are in need of money, who are very susceptible to being scammed, so to speak. We have filed cases even on lending scams, lending practices, that pinapaya, as you said, yung mga malilit na borrowers natin. In fact, the data would show that we have filed, I think, 31 cases already. and some of them have resulted in convictions. No? We have raided these places, and we issue cease and desist orders. We issue, we even revoke licenses.
Aside from NBI, pwede bang mag-report sa SEC? Meron ba kayo opisina? May
pwede ho. In
hotline ba kayo to report?
Hotline or through email, pwede ho. In fact, the data would show that in 2025 alone, we received about 10,120 complaints, no? And we addressed 6,400 of them. The reason why we could not address everybody, anonymous yung iba eh. Wala silang contact details. Pero kung hindi anonymous, out of the 116 that we received, we addressed all of them. So, yun, no? Ang napansin rin namin, meron rin mga lukulukong borrowers eh. Sila what do you call this? Ano sa sarili nila na parang pinapaya pagkatapos tinatanong namin, hindi lang ba, sila pala parang hindi ba, they want to come to the SEC to come to aid, but they don't to give details, Mr. Chairman. No? So yun, it's again, as I said, enforcement and investigation is a top priority in the SEC now. I know that may mga deep fake. In fact, yung mga online, pupunta kami sa NTC, ano namin sa Google Play in an effort to really help these people. But I'd like to stress a point, Mr. Chairman, as a Senator. Financial literacy is the best defense against, I think, the best tool for investor protection. And I would like to publicly thank you, Senator Go, because I saw a bill, no, where you aim to make financial literacy subject a core or mandatory subject for our high school students. No, I was given a copy of that, and I really, and there's a counterpart bill in the House, no, and I really hope that SEC can work with you to make this a reality, because it has been a long pending project. Even back in my PSC days, I wanted to make financial literacy a core or mandatory subject for our students, because I do believe, and the data would show that if our people are financially literate, the less likely they are to become susceptible to financial scams, Mr. Chairman, Senator. I hope that we can work on you, with you this, and you will support us, because it will go a long way to protecting the investing public.
Salamat po. Paki-publish lang yung inyong hotline, saan sila pwedeng mag-report, at hindi yung sa amin sila magre-report pa, at dapat sa SEC at para ma-address ka agad ng SEC itong mga problema.
We have done that. We have investor education program, may anti-scam initiatives kami, no? And we're doing our best, Mr. Chairman.
Opo. Ito yung Senate Bill 672, making financial literacy and entrepreneurship
a core subject,
as core subjects in basic education. Tulungan po tayo rito.
Tulungan tayo.
Anyway, last question lang po to Secretary Ralph Recto. Sir, for the record po, I am against unprogrammed funds, especially pag nagagamit po ito masyadong broad na nagagamit na po siya for naging natatawag na nga ni Senator Win as naging pork barrel po itong unprogrammed funds, kung hindi po alam ng Pilipino kung saan po nagagamit, hindi itemized sa ating national budget. At balikan ko lang po yung 2024. Nandun po yun sa provision na pwedeng gamitin pwedeng walisin, no, ng National Treasury o ng Bureau of Treasury or ng Finance yung mga excess funds. At nagkaroon tayo ng discussion yan sa Committee on Health dito sa Senado, at nagkaroon po ako ng 14 hearings including health emergency allowances ng mga health workers at ito pong sa PhilHealth. Kung gamitin naman po yung excess funds pambayad sa health emergency allowances ng mga health workers, wala naman pong masama dahil services rendered po yun, pinagpawisan po nila yon at pinaghirapan nung panahon ng pandemya ang ating mga modern day heroes. Kaya lang po, yung mga excess funds kinuha po ng National Treasury, pinol. Then yun po yung ginamit no for unprogrammed funds. At nung 2024, meron pong pinabalik no na 89.9 billion. Salamat po sa Supreme Court na nagkaroon sila ng TRO at hindi inubos yung 89.9 billion, 60 billion po ang napunta sa National Treasury. Ngayon, nag-order po ang Presidente this year na ibalik po yun. Yun ang katanungan ko is paano po yun ibabalik sa PhilHealth for this year o i-fund po ang PhilHealth next year. At pinaalala ko naman po sa PhilHealth natin, as early as last year, sabi ko sana kung ginastos niyo yung pondo ng PhilHealth sa tama, kung nagawa nilang yung mga reforma, ginawa nila noong Disyembre, nag-board meeting sila, yung mga additional case rates, yung mga additional packages, yung mga old policies nila, tinanggal na nila. Kung ginawa nila nung Enero yun ng Enero po ng 2024, wala silang excess funds, walang wawalisin ang Department of Finance or ang Bureau of Treasury. So walang excess funds. Kasi para po sa akin, ang PhilHealth ay para sa health po, pondo po para sa kalusugan yun ng bawat Pilipino. Para sa akin, wala pong excess funds ang PhilHealth dahil marami pang Pilipino ang takot magpa-hospital, ayaw magpa-hospital dahil sa kahirapan. Meron ng buntis dyan sa Cebu. Cebu yun, no? Sa Cebu, mag-ina. Ayaw pong magpa-hospital, nanganak sa sidewalk, namatay pa yung mag-ina. Meron pong isang provincial health officer ng Camarines Norte na-admit siya 4 million ang sinagot ng PhilHealth, 27,000. Na-admit siya muli, 6 million ang sinagot ng PhilHealth, 29,000, a total of 57,000, which is less than 1% pa po ng kanyang billing. Pero ang nakaltas sa sahod niya, 200,000. Nalugi pa siya, namatay pa po yung provincial health officer. Ibig sabihin, wala talagang excess funds ang PhilHealth. Kaya dapat po, walang naibalik. Kaya lang, nabanggit niyo po ito sa isang hearing natin na nandun po yung nakalagay po dun sa GAA na pwede pong kunin po. No? It was put by Congress. Kaya lang po ako po'y naniniwala. Legally, lumusot, but morally, unacceptable po sa akin. Dahil marami pa pong mga pasyente po ang naghihingalo. Takot po talagang magpa-hospital sa ngayon dahil po sa kahirapan. Gamitin po sa health yung pondo ng PhilHealth. Kasi once yung hirap po nitong unprogrammed funds, sana po kaya I am against it. Kung meron man po ang unprogrammed funds, dapat klaro kung saan gagamitin. Hindi yung pwedeng gagamitin dito po sa mga flood control projects na ginagawa pong gatasan ng iilan. Mas kawawa naman po yung Pilipino. Habang naghihirap, takot magpa-hospital, tapos yung excess funds ginamit po sa flood control o sa mga unprogrammed funds ginagamit sa mga proyekto na hindi naman po mapapakinabangan ng mga mahirap nating kababayan. So yun lang po. I know you're doing your job po sa Secretary Ralph Recto. Yun lang po ang concern ko. Paano po maibabalik itong 60 billion? Paano po gagamitin po ito? At paano po maiwasan na magamit po itong mga unprogrammed funds sa pork barrel? Yung mga unprogrammed funds na proyekto ng mga flood control na hindi natin alam. Pag nandiyan dyan yung excess collection na pinaghirapan nyo rin po ito, kayo pong nagkolekta nitong excess collections, tapos pagdating po sa sino bang mag-decide niyang unprogrammed funds, hindi na natin alam kung saan napupunta. Dapat kung meron man ang unprogrammed funds, naka-specified po doon saan pang gagamitan po. Huwag naman po sana sa mga, kung foreign assisted projects, dapat klaro po, Senator Win, na sa foreign assisted project. wag naman yung masyadong broad na pwedeng gamitin sa iba't ibang proyekto na hindi na natin kontrolado. At alam mo yun, alam natin yun na hindi na natin kontrolado saan napupunta yun. At nagiging source na po ng corruption at ginagawa pong gatasan ng iilan po. Concern lang po ako sa pera ng gobyerno. Dapat po yung maibalik po sa taong bayan at nagagamit po sa tama.
Yes, sir. Maraming salamat sa inyong katanungan sa aking kaibigan, Senator Bongo. Kasama ko sa layunin na ma-improve ang kalusugan dito sa ating bansa. Having said that, alam po ninyo, yung record naman natin nung tayo nandito sa Senado, ay tutol naman talaga tayo dyan sa mga unprogrammed funds na yan. Unang-una sa dahilan na paglinipat mo, yung pondo sa program, lalagay mo sa unprogram para magkaroon ng fiscal space. Halimbawa, sa program, ay lumalaki yung deficit ng ating bansa. At dahil dyan, tutol tayo dyan. Ngayon, sa usaping unprogram, kung papayagan natin yan, siguro may mga dalawang dahilan lang kung bakit mahalaga yung unprogram fund. Halimbawa, pag may sakuna, katulad na nangyari sa Davao del Norte at sa Cebu, may agahan pwede makuha ang ating Pangulo. Kung may excess revenue nga naman, pwede natin gamitin yan para sa kalamidad, ang isa. Ang pangalawa, halimbawa, hindi nakasama sa cut-off ng DBM yung paggawa ng NEP na may mga foreign assisted project na dumating after the cut-off nung ginawa yung NEP at maganda naman yung mga foreign assisted projects na yan ay pwede mapondohan yan kung nandun sa unprogram. So, to me, only for these two reasons na pwede magkaroon ng unprogram. Siguro pwede natin tignan as a percentage of the budget, 1%, 5% of the budget, pwede siguro unprogram. Something like that, no? But only for these two purposes. Ngayon, tungkol naman dun sa nabanggit nyo na PhilHealth o yung excess revenue ng GOCC. Katulad nung sinabi natin dito nang tayo tinawag sa Kongreso para magpaliwanag tungkol dyan, ay inutusan po tayo ng Kongreso. Sinabihan tayo base sa 2024 GAA, mandated that DOF shall. Inutusan tayo ng Kongreso noon. Kaya natin ginawa yun. Ano po? At tama po yung sinabi nyo, nagkaroon ng Supreme Court decision na nag-TRO, instead of 89 billion, yung 30 billion, winitold, yung 60 billion na gamit natin. At naipaliwanag na natin yan dito. Marami dyan, kung hindi man kalahati, napunta doon sa mga health workers na tumulong ng panahon ng pandemic. Mahigit 27.5 billion. At maraming iba dyan nagamit from health to health. No? Ngayon, katulad doon nabanggit ko, para magkaroon ng fiscal space sa Kongreso, linipat yung ibang priority programs ng ating Pangulo sa program and some other foreign assisted projects together with flagship projects na yun naman ang pinondahan, karamihan din, doon sa program noong 2024. Now, directly, saan manggagaling yung 60 billion na ibabalik natin sa PhilHealth na nakuha natin noong 2024? Nabayaran na rin natin yung mga health workers, nabayaran na rin natin yung mga ibang medical assistance programs na kapaloob ngayon yan sa GAB, sa General Appropriations Bill ng House. Naisingit na natin dyan yung 60 billion na dinagdagan natin ang Department of Health budget na ibibigay sa PhilHealth na mahigit 60 billion in next year's budget sa 2026. Ano po? Saan kinuha yung 60 billion? Napag-usapan natin ng Pangulo na kung babawasan natin ang budget ng DPWH doon sa flood control na mahigit 250 billion. Sabi ko sa Pangulo, I recommended na yung 60 billion ibigay na natin sa PhilHealth na hindi na natin kailangan. Ibigay na natin sa PhilHealth yung 60. Ngayon yung 190, meron tayong mga menu na ginawa at sinundan naman ng Kongreso ngayon dun sa GAP na karamihan dito mapupunta sa edukasyon, sa kalusugan, halimbawa, at sa agrikultura at may mga ilang pang mga department. No? So, yan, matatanggap ninyo yan. Ipasa lang ng Kongreso ng Lunes yan, kahapon. So, pagbalik ninyo ng session, matatanggap ninyo yung version ng House sa budget for 2026. Makikita nyo nakapaloob doon yung 60 billion na ibabalik sa PhilHealth. And finally, ang isa pang komentaryo dahil nabanggit ninyo yung tungkol sa yung pera ng PhilHealth ay dapat mag-gastos sa pangkalusugan, sang-ayon tayo dyan. But having said that, alam po ninyo, yung kalusugan, dalawa eh. Merong PhilHealth, that is on the demand side, at meron yung mga pangangailangan ng hospital on the supply side. Kahit 1 trilyon ang budget ng PhilHealth, pero kung walang hospital, walang paggagastosan yung 1 trilyon na yon. Ano po? Ang kulang sa atin ay kulang ang dami ng ating mga hospital bed. Kung kaya't, doon din sa 2026 budget na isasabit din dito ng Kongreso, kasama doon sa menu yung supply side, pagdagdag ng health enhancement program ng DOH, makatulong sa mga local government unit dahil dinivolve natin ang pangkalusugan sa local government unit. The last time the local government built a hospital was probably pre-pandemic. Okay, so kulang na kulang sa Mindanao. Covered nga lahat ng taga Mindanao sa PhilHealth, pero kung ilan lang ang hospital sa Mindanao, hindi mapapakinabangan ng Mindanao. Mas maraming hospital sa Luzon, mas maraming taga Luzon na miyembro ng PhilHealth ang makikinabang, halimbawa, sa PhilHealth dahil may hospital sa Luzon. So, I would strongly suggest for Congress to look at it from both sides. The number of hospitals and hospital beds we have, including the funding of PhilHealth pagdating sa kalusugan. So maraming salamat sa inyong katanungan, sir.
I agree with you, no? In fact, nung chairperson po ako ng Committee on Health, with your support noon sa 18 Congress, na talagang pinaglaban natin yung mga additional hospital beds, renationalization, kung kakailanganin, dahil maraming mga probinsya po na walang sariling hospital, kaya DOH po nagdadala, at marami tayong sinusuportahan na mga hospital at mga health centers. At pakiusap ko lang sa Secretary Recto, tulungan nyo rin po ito to make it operational at dapat magamit po mula Luzon, Visayas hanggang Mindanao. And pakiusap ko lang po, na reminder lang po, mas alam nyo naman po ito, nabanggit nyo po kanina, na inutusan po kayo ng Kongreso kung na pwedeng kunin po sa GOCC yung excess funds. Ang pakiusap ko lang naman po, since nasa inyo yung discretion kung ano po yung GOCC na pwedeng pagkukunan.
Wala pong discretion ang ibinigay sa akin ng
basta excess
mandate
po.
na yun.
Mandate.
Oo, maliwanag yung walang discretion na ibinigay. Basta excess revenue.
Ang pakiusap ko lang, can you just spare the health? I mean, kung maaari, kung magkakaroon kayo ng mga ganong provisions in the future, wag lang po sana yung health. Kung wala na, di na rin tayo papayag dito sa Senado ng ganon.
Yan ang pakiusap
Di na rin
ko sa
tayo
Kongreso.
papayag. Pero ibig ko pong sabihin, kung meron man pong mga ganong provision na makita kayo, kindly spare the health. Kasi para sa akin talaga, PhilHealth is para sa health. Health, klaro eh. Health ng Pilipino, PhilHealth.
I agree totally. Ang pakiusap ko sa inyo, huwag nyo kaming utusan.
Hindi po yun inutusan. It was nilagay lang po sa provision ng GAA na pwedeng kunin yung excess funds. Ilalagay na namin next time na wag ang health. Please, wag ang health. Kasi marami pang Pilipino ang takot magpa-hospital at walang pambayad po sa pagpapa-hospital. Yung iba po, namamatay na lang po sa takot magpa-hospital. Salamat po, Secretary Recto. Full support po ako always sa inyo. Alam nyo, isa po kayo sa aking hinahangaan noon pa, lalong-lalo na po dito when it comes to finances ang pinag-usapan rito. Mr. Chair, our humble appeal is simple. Tulungan po natin at bigyang pansin ang ating mga MSMEs at cooperatives. We must review the processes, the fees, and the requirements being imposed by the SEC, BIR, and related agencies, and ensure that our policies are designed to help our small businesses and cooperatives thrive. Huwag natin silang pahirapan pa sa kanilang pagko-comply. Tulungan po natin sila. That is why, Mr. Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the leadership of Secretary Ralph Recto and recognize the agency's dedication to upholding sound fiscal policies. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Go. We recognize Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
Maraming salamat. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. And of course, dati kong kasamahan dito sa Senado, Secretary Recto, and Commissioner Mariel, the Bureau of Customs, Commissioner Lumagi of BIR. This early, I would like to extend my full support to the budget of Department of Finance. Pero meron lang akong konting katanungan kay Secretary Recto. First, I would like to thank the Department of Finance for the support they have given in the MUP, o yung Military Uniformed Personnel Pension Reform Bill. I think they joined us and economic managers in going around the military camps and uniformed personnel offices in conducting nationwide consultations and in crunching the numbers related thereto. These really helped the Defense Committee under my chairmanship in drafting the committee report which we sponsored last December of 2023. The bill unfortunately only reached the period of interpellations and was not approved on second reading by the Senate. Kaya po we are back to square one. My question is, I remember vividly the Department of Finance backing the Senate bill. I think it was during the time of Secretary Jokno. And I sincerely thank the good Secretary Recto for his support. And considering that the MUP pension remains a considerable expenditure of the government for next year and in the coming years, may I know the position of the Department of Finance on the MUP Reform Pension Bill? Gusto po ba natin tuloy ang pension reform bill? Ilan po?
Thank you very much for that question, Senator Jinggoy, and maraming salamat for assisting the Department of Finance in this particular bill. Of course, yung gusto sana natin na version ng bill is karamihan kung ano yung nailagay ninyo, at kung may idadagdag sana tayo, yung mga assets sana ng the MUP part of government. Halimbawa, yung military, PNP, Bureau of Fire, Correction, so on and so forth.
Namria.
Yeah. Para nang sa ganon, Bureau of Jail, kasama. Yung mga assets din kasi sana, para mabayaran natin ito, mas mabuti ko yung mga assets ng some of these departments na hindi napapakinabangan, pwede masama sa bill at nang sa ganon, it will pay for itself. Bakit? Lahat ng reform may katumbas na gastos din yan. Halimbawa, kung gagawin natin yung MUP bill, reform bill, gagastos tayo ng dagdag na kulang-kulang 141 billion in the next 3 years. Sa makatuwid, mga 35 billion or more, 40 billion, 45 billion taon-taon ang dagdag gastos. So, before we get the benefits from it, it will take time. 40 years bago makuha natin yung benepisyo.
40 years?
More or less.
Patay na tayo nun.
And ergo, it is a fiscal drag, so to speak. So unless some of those assets were incorporated, it would not affect our fiscal position too much. No? So
how much?
Natin.
Excuse me. How much are we? How much is the government doling out dito sa pension bill na ito? For this year's budget.
Okay. Sa ngayon, what I can say is that we can afford it. Okay? Without doing the reform. Ang gastos ngayon for 2026 is 130, for next year,
for next year,
will be 133.9 billion. Okay?
133.9 billion. For the pension alone,
For the pension alone. Pero ano yung rate of increase? In 2025, it was 132.
So, approximately around 7 to 8 billion.
Hindi, 132 to 133. 134, halos 1 billion lang ang dagdag. So nothing significant in insofar as the entire budget is concerned. Now, if we do the MUP reform, matadagdagan to ng 45 billion. So nakatipid tayo ng 45, so to speak.
So pero taon-taon, duduguin yung pera ng gobyerno natin. Every year, we have to increase and increase the budget of the pension of our military uniformed personnel.
As I mentioned earlier, the rate of increase is not that significant.
So,
in terms of the budget that I'm looking at, it is 132 billion this year. It will roughly be 134 billion next year. So 2 billion lang ang increase.
What about the veterans pension?
Nandito na rin. Ano? I'm sorry, the veterans pension next year is 11. The veterans pension is 11.2 billion. Next year, it is 9.2 billion this year.
Bumaba?
Tumaas.
Tumaas?
2 billion.
Ngayon, 11 billion. Last year, was it 9 billion? Am I correct?
It is 9.2 billion this year. The estimate is 11.2 billion next year.
So, hindi masyadong significant yung, it's still bearable.
I think it is still bearable. Like I said, if we adopt the MUP, madadagdagan yung gastos ng 45 billion.
So, what do you suggest? We won't pass this MUP bill?
My position is that if you were to pass a version, include the assets.
As far as I understand...
Halimbawa, yung assets ng Bureau of Correction. So, yung assets ng Bureau of Correction, nasa may Ayala Alabang yung Philinvest. Mga ilan hektarya ba yung natatandaan ko? 300 hectares. 300 hectares yan at 500,000 as
That's only for the Bureau of Corrections.
Yes.
What about the AFP?
Yeah, like I
Mas
said,
malaki yun.
Maraming assets yan. So, halimbawa, Bureau of Correction, 300 hectares at 500,000 each, that's 1.5 trillion. Di wipe out na yung deficit natin.
What about the...
So, maraming ganyan.
Yung bang PNP, meron mga assets na...
Wala yata. PNP, I'm not aware of significant assets of the PNP. But there are significant assets of the AFP.
There is also a move to increase the salary of MUPs. Are you aware of it, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, it could be in two forms. One, subsistence allowance. Para pag doon, mas malaki yung cash, non-taxable. At hindi makakasama sa indexation ng pension.
Alright. So, we leave it at that. Hindi namin gagalawin, the MUP bill?
Well, I already answered the question. If you include the assets, we will support.
Alright. But there are other, like NAMRIA, Bureau of Fire, other, pito yun eh. Pito yun. Walang assets eh, Coast Guard. Meron bang mga assets yung mga yan? I think it's only the Bureau of Corrections, the AFP.
Yes.
PNP, wala, no?
Wala. Nothing significant. Pero malaki na yun. That alone will pay for itself. Pwede na yun.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Secretary.
you.
What about, there are some sectors who wants to reduce the VAT from 12% to 10%.
Yes.
May I know the position of the department? Kasi,
yeah, I'm sure that those who have filed the bill have all well intentions. Having said that, at this point in time, I leave it to Congress. If you pass a bill, my warning will be that there will be a possible credit rating downgrade. And why is that? Because today, tignan lang ninyo, in next year, ang makokolekta natin sa VAT, BIR and BOC will roughly be 1.5 trillion. Ang pasweldo lang ng empleyado natin ay 1.7 trillion next year. So ang total VAT collection is not even enough to pay for the salaries of all our employees. Ang deficit natin next year nasa 1.6, 1.7 trillion. Lahat ng capital outlay natin, ibig sabihin lahat ng tulay, kalsada, school building, hospital, inuutang natin. So kung magbabawas pa tayo ng revenue, baka pati ang current operating expenses natin, uutangin na rin natin. So a 20% reduction of 1.5 trillion for next year is 300 billion. So yan yung sasabang 12 to 10. Ang halaga niya, 300 billion. Kasing laki na rin ng budget ng Department of Health. So palagay ko, baka hindi pumayag si Senator Bongo dyan. Nagising si Senator Bongo.
So, Senator Bongo, huwag mo nang ituloy yung bill mo na from 12% to 10%. Anyway, thank you, Secretary Recto. Kay Commissioner Ariel, ano na nangyari sa mga kotse nito mga Diskaya?
Good afternoon, Senator Jinggoy. Linawin ko lang po ulit, 30 yung nakuha naming mga sasakyan. Actually, 30 plus 2. Yung dalawa kasi hindi na namin sinasama sa list.
Yung Rolls Royce na may payong?
Kasama po sila dun sa, yung Rolls Royce, kasama dun sa 13 na nasa BOC compound na. Ang kategorya po niya na yan ay inisyuhan namin ng warrant of seizure and detention. Ibig kong sabihin, kandidato na ho yan na ma-forfeit in favor of the government. So yung Rolls Royce with the umbrella nasa 13. Yung 17 naman ho, although meron silang mga dokumento kahit papano, kaya lang isasubject po namin yung mga kumpanya kung saan bumili po yung Diskaya family sa tinatawag na post-clearance audit upang makasigurado rin po yung pamahalaan na wala akong pagkakamali. Kaya lang, base po sa pag-uusap po namin ng ICI the other day, at nakatanggap na rin po kami ng sulat galing po sa BIR at ICI, hindi po rin namin pwedeng pakawalan yung 17 doon sa 30 mga sasakyan. Again, 13 out of the 30 luxury vehicles subject na po ng seizure proceedings. Yung 17, although may mga dokumento naman, hindi rin po namin pwede pa rin pakawalan yan kasi yan ay bilang tulong po namin sa ICI at sa BIR na baka may iba po issues na kailangan pong hawak namin yan.
So wala na natira rin sa garahe ni St. Gerard?
Yung mga local cars na lang po yun. Subalit sumulat pa rin po kami sa LTO dahil sangayon po sa mga narinig po namin sa mga pandinig, Mr. Gerard, Senator. 3 po pa lang yung nahawakan namin, kaya lang base po din sa mga hearings, supposed to be 4 na po yun. So we're waiting for the reply po ng LTO para matulungan kami, nahabulin pa kung meron pa hong lampas doon sa 3 po.
So doon sa mga na-retrieve niyong kotse ng mga Diskaya, marami doon yung mga tinatawag na gray?
13 po.
13 po. So yun yung mga hindi nagbayad ng tamang buwis.
Tama po. At pati yung dokumento ay may problema po.
So what do you plan? I-auction ninyo?
Ako po bilang commissioner, yung aking gagawing option. Although 3 po yung options. Ako po ay isusubasaw natin yan or bidding. We will just make sure that the bidding process will be of course transparent and competitive. Yung dalawa pa hong options, hindi ko po gagawin yan. Yung pangalawa kasi, pwede ho namin i-donate to other government agencies. Hindi naman po maganda, Your Honor, na gamitin po yung mga...
Huwag nyo i-donate sa Senate, ha?
Yun po. So yung pangatlo naman, lalong di ho natin gagawin, yung pong wawasakin yung mga sasakyan dahil sayang po yung pwedeng kitain po ng pamahalaan.
Yung mga kotse yung sinorender ni Bryce Hernandez, nasa kustodiya ng ICI?
ICI po. Hindi po gray binili po nila sa Kampi members din po.
So talagang sinorender lang nila?
Sinorender po.
So hindi nyo alam kung ano plano ng ICI doon? Kung susubasta nila?
Hindi ko po alam at this point kung anong plano po ng ICI.
So,
pero kami magpo-post clearance audit kami.
Hindi nila ito turn over sa inyo na?
Hindi po kailangan kasi po tama po yung dokumento noon at yung pinagbayaran, potentially tama naman po. But ICI and BIR would look into the other aspects of the vehicles po.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, I would like to commend Commissioner Ariel dahil ngayon lang ako nakakita ng Commissioner na Customs na napakasipag at talagang hands-on duty yung kanyang ginagawa sa Bureau of Customs. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Recto. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. There being no further questions, the budget of DOF, including its attached agencies and corporations, namely BOC, BIR, BLGF, BTR, CBAA, IC, and TRC-PMO, MPTA, is now deemed submitted for plenary's consideration, subject to the discussion and submission of documents requested. Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Secretary.